Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a meeting of the Burbank City Council with the Housing Authority on Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. I'm so happy to see so many friendly faces in the crowd and excited to recognize so many of you tonight. But today we are going to get started with a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each one of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us, and let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. How are you, Madam City Clerk?
I'm terrific. How are you, Madam Mayor?
I couldn't be better. Happy to be here tonight. All right. Would you please conduct the roll?
Councilmember Anthony?
Present. Present.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Rosati?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Present.
And Mayor Perez?
Here.
Thank you.
All right. There will be 4 periods of public comment tonight, and members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and must submit the yellow cards or call before the comment period begins. The first period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item. And if you're here in person and wish to speak, you should have submitted the yellow public comment card to our city clerk right here to my right. If you would like to participate in the general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed on a queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. If you would like to participate in public comment for the public hearing over the phone, you can call anytime between now and the beginning of the public hearing at 818-238-3335. There's additional public comment periods available after the reports to council this evening. Interpreters are also available for assistance with public comment. Here on the side, we have two lovely interpreters. If you need their assistance, please see them before public comment starts. And if they haven't heard any asked by then, I will let them both go home and enjoy their lovely evenings. And then that is all we have for tonight. I'll go on to the announcements next. If you can guess how many times I said public comment, there might be a prize for you. All right, we have 7 announcements this evening.
The following are announcements for April 8th, 2025. Starting April 23rd, the Burbank Water and Power Department will host a series of town hall meetings to discuss proposed changes to electric and water rates beginning January 1st, 2026, and for refuse and sewer rates beginning July 1st, 2025. Join us in person or virtually to share your input. For upcoming meeting details and more information on proposed rate increases, please visit burbankwaterandpower.com/proposed-rates. Hop on over to the 2025 Spring Extravaganza. Join us at McCambridge Park on Saturday, April 12th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. for a day filled with egg hunts, games, prizes, and a special visit from the bunny. Register now at burbankparks.com. Celebrate Earth Day at Burbank's Pedal Party in the Park on Saturday, April 26th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Ralph Foy Park. Join the City of Burbank, Parks and Recreation, Public Works Recycle Center, Burbank Water and Power, Burbank Eco Council, and the Sustainable Burbank Commission for a free day of tree plantings, live music, food trucks, eco activities, and family fun. Learn more at burbankca.gov/Earth Day. The Burbank Fire Department and Burbank Police Department are hosting Fire and Police Service Day on Saturday, May 10th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Police and Fire Headquarters. This is a free event with live demonstrations, station tours, CPR safety, and more. For more details, please contact the Burbank Fire Department General Inquiries line at 818-238-3473. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for 2 scheduled vacancies on the Burbank-Glendale-Pasadena Airport Authority for a 4-year term ending May 31st, 2029. The deadline to submit an application is Wednesday, April 30th at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please contact the City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is currently accepting applications for a vacancy on the Landlord-Tenant Commission for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2026. The deadline to submit an application is Monday, May 5th at 5 p.m. If interested, please apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. For more information, please call 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. Did you know the Burbank Passport Facility offers passport cards in addition to passport books? The passport card is Real ID compliant, has the same length of validity as the passport book, and costs $30, not including the photo fee and processing fee. For more information and to schedule an appointment online, please visit burbankca.gov/passport. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right, everybody. As many of you who are here know, we have 6 presentations this evening. We're excited. We want to recognize all of you here tonight. And our first presentation is very special. It's a presentation of a proclamation declaring April 1st through 30th, 2025 as Arab American Heritage Month in the city of Burbank. I'd like to invite Ms. Julie Greer and anybody else you'd like to join me up here at the podium. And at this time, I would also like to invite our first Arab American City Council member to join me up here as well. All right, I'll let you say a few words, and thank you for bringing this forward to us. We think it's a really important proclamation. We're proud to have Zizette on the council representing.
Good evening, Mayor Perez and all distinguished members of the City Council and everyone in the audience. I'm delighted to be here to accept the proclamation declaring the month of April as Arab American Heritage Month in the city of Burbank. My name is Julie Greer. I'm a 39-year resident of Burbank who is also Arab American of Syrian, Bolivian, Palestinian descent. I'm honored to represent the roughly 800 Syrian Arab families that currently reside in Burbank. I'm going to make it really brief and just say thank you for adopting this proclamation. With all that's happening in the Middle East right now, in Palestine and in Syria, it is more important now than ever to humanize the Arab American experience. We are descendants of immigrants from Arab countries, and it matters to us very much what happens in that region of the world, so thank you for this proclamation.
And then Councilor Mullins, if you'd like to say a few words, I know it's very meaningful for you.
Thank you. As the first Egyptian, I believe, on council, born in Egypt, immigrated here when I was 13 years of age, and I'm very happy to have the city acknowledge the Arab Americans for the Heritage Month and also having you as part of our agenda yearly. So this is very exciting for me personally, and thank you for all the work that you have done and the work you continue to do to educate the community about the Arab culture and to also bring awareness to what's going on. So thank you for being here, and thank you for the mayor for having the proclamation.
All right, so without further ado, I will read this proclamation declaring Arab American Heritage Month in the city of Burbank. Whereas, for over a century, Arab Americans have made valuable contributions to virtually every aspect of American society in medicine, law, business, education, technology, government, military service, and culture. And whereas since migrating to America, men and women of Arab descent shared their rich culture and traditions with neighbors and friends, while also setting fine examples of being model citizens and public servants. And whereas the city of Burbank recognizes and celebrates the contributions of our Arab American residents to cultural diversity, economic growth, and the overall development of our city, state, and nation. Now, therefore, I, Nikki Perez, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim April 1st through 30th, 2025 as Arab American Heritage Month in the City of Burbank, and encourage all our residents to recognize the valuable contributions of Arab Americans to the city, state, and all aspects of American society. Thank you. All right, everybody. Our next presentation this evening is... our next presentation is one that's near and dear to my heart. The presentation of a proclamation declaring April 6th through 12th, 2025 as National Library Week in the city of Burbank. You know, not that I'm biased at all as a former library board member, but I love hearing the love for our libraries. And it's very surreal to be up here giving this proclamation rather than receiving it. So it's very great. And I'm really honored to invite Mr. Brian Snodgrass, the chair of the library board. And the wonderful Louise Pazak, president of the Friends of the Library, to join me here at the podium. All right, welcome, Brian and Louise. anything you would like to share with the crowd? I love your blazer.
I love yours. Thank you. On behalf of the library board, I just want to say thank you, as always, for recognizing the library. We have 2 council members as former board members, so hooray. We are so lucky in Burbank to have really wonderful library services and people involved. We have a new library director, Eric Lashley, if you've never met him. We have amazing volunteers with our friends of the library. Today is Library Services Day, or Library Workers Day. We have amazing employees, so go check out a library when you can. Louise, do you want to say anything on behalf?
Say thank you and come to the library.
So we are incredibly grateful for all you've done, and thank you to the Friends of the Library. We know you've made incredible contributions to the city this year. We're lucky to have you all. And if you haven't checked out one of their book sales, you can find some wonderful things. I got myself some great pregnancy books in there. All right, so without further ado, let's declare this National Library Week. Whereas libraries serve as vibrant community hubs, connecting people with knowledge, technology, and resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and lifelong learning. And whereas libraries provide free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and innovative programming, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. And whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers across the country are joining together to celebrate National Library Week under the theme, Drawn to the Library. Now, therefore, I, Nikki Perez, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim April 6th through 12th, 2025, as National Library Week in the City of Burbank. And I encourage all residents to visit their library, explore its wonderful resources, and celebrate all the ways that the library draws us together as a community. Congratulations. Our third proclamation this evening is a fun one because we have some special guests with us for this evening. It is a presentation of a proclamation declaring April 13th through 19th, 2025 as National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week in the City of Burbank. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Brenda Castañeda, Superintendent of the Burbank Animal Shelter, and some of the furry friends she's brought along to join me here at the podium. Of course. All right, let's welcome all our animal control officers to the podium. Now, these folks have a very pivotal job. You know, they often go unnoticed. They go above and beyond. They're called for all kinds of things. And I've seen them offer such compassionate care to the animals in the city of Burbank and do just a wonderful job making sure that everyone's safe and that these lovely guys have a safe shelter to be at the shelter while they're waiting for somebody out there in the audience to adopt them. All right, I'm going to let you say a few words if you'd like to, just...
I just want to say that these dogs here have been adopted from the shelter through our foster program, and there's a lot of people that can't really adopt right now, so we have a great foster program, so just keep that in mind and tell your friends and your family and come visit us, and we'll set you up with a temporary dog, or if you decide you want to adopt, a permanent dog, or cat. Kitten, yeah.
If you haven't fostered a kitten yet, oh my goodness. It is an experience for sure. He wants to say a few words too. All right, without further ado, so we can get these guys back to their treats, I will proclaim National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week. Whereas animal control officers ensure state and city ordinances concerning the care and treatment of animals, protecting and rescuing both domestic and wild animals, and maintaining public health standards. And whereas animal control officers perform educational presentations bringing awareness to the community of the multiple services that the animal shelter offers, including licensing, vaccine clinics, adoption opportunities, wildfire, rehabilitation services, foster programs, and so much more. Now, therefore, I, Nikki Perez, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim April 13th through 19, 2025 as National Animal Control Officer Appreciation Week. Thank you for your outstanding service.
Thank you.
I know, everybody else wants to hear me stop talking too. Thank you all. No, they're so cute. Let's give it up for our furry friends one more time. All right, our fourth proclamation this evening is a presentation of a proclamation declaring April 1st through 30th, 2025 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in the City of Burbank. At this time, I would like to welcome Ms. Leah Harrison, Chair of the Cultural Arts Commission, to join me at the podium.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm going to invite everybody else. I know who they are, but I didn't want to forget anybody. Cindy Pease, Stephanie Gerard, Monica Pamoy, Catherine Zoroaster, come on up. Jackie Brenneman, Eric Connor, Jim Fletcher. These are my other members of the commission. Thank you so much. And we are delighted to be sharing this month with so many wonderful groups. Thank you. Thank you to the mayor and the city. And you know, a major foundation of our city is its creative economy and its many residents who grow culture through the arts. So we're just very, very proud to be able to be part of this institution and how much the city cares about the arts. The arts is part of Burbank's DNA, and it always will be. And we are, you know, with you in your struggles and your victories, and we are here to help you with all of that. So thank you so much for this proclamation. Of course.
They're starting to get further down the line away from me. Sorry. Thank you. All right. Well, these folks are phenomenal. We're lucky to have them serving on the Arts Commission, and they teach me so much about what I don't know. The only art I know is how to play the French horn, but beyond that, don't ask me.
That's hard. I can't do that.
Well, thank you all for what you do. And if you look out, you'll see some art pieces in our community. That really comes from their thoughtfulness and the thoughtfulness of the artists that tell us what installations we'd like to see. So next time you're out and about, maybe you've taken them for granted like I have, take a look and see some of the installed art that's out in our community. We have a lot of great pieces out there. All right, so let's declare this Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. Whereas the City of Burbank celebrates the role that the arts and creativity play in building community, amplifying the need for racial equity, and highlighting the power of the arts to change our lives for the better. And whereas the City of Burbank and Cultural Arts Commission partner year-round with local nonprofit agencies and businesses to advance the arts and creativity in the city and encourage community pride, as well as beautify the city through the Burbank Arts Beautification Program. And whereas Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in April is the 6th annual statewide awareness and advocacy event that recognizes the crucial role of arts, culture, and creativity in the lives of everyone in California. Now, therefore, I, Nikki Perez, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim April 1st through 30th, 2025 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in the City of Burbank. You are. Thank you. Thank you. All righty, everyone. We're on to our fifth presentation this evening. Let me take a quick sip of water. Okay. Our fifth presentation this evening is a presentation declaring April 1st through 30th in the city of Burbank as National Autism Acceptance Month in the city of Burbank. At this time, I would like to bring Mr. Edward Parker, Executive Director of Bridging Community Resources, also known as BCR, to join me here at the podium. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, would you like to say a few words about the great work you're doing?
I don't like to brag, but I brought my chair of our board, and I brought my program director. So they've helped me bring the program to fruition and turn everything around. So the old name was BCR Place to Grow, and we changed the name to Bridging Community Resources because we was out in the community bringing everybody together. We wanted to bring awareness to what we do and the people who have developmental disability, and we wanted to change the narrative of how everybody view them. And so I want to say thank you for you, and thank the board, Constantine, and all the other board members. We appreciate this.
Thank you.
Y'all want to talk about that?
Good evening. Just to let you know a little bit about our program, we do work with adults with intellectual disability. Our program was founded in 1963 here in the beautiful city of Burbank. I'm not a Burbank resident, but I do live in Toluca Lake, California, and that's where I was born and raised in that area. So I'm very familiar with Burbank. I did not know that Bridging Community Service Resources was here in Burbank. I didn't know, I mean, I don't want to say my age, but so many years living in this area, I did not know. It's a beautiful place. It's right across from Cambridge Park. You're more than welcome to come and visit. We have fundraisers. We have a car show coming up as well. So look us up on Instagram. Here's Indira. She's one of the board members.
Hi. Thank you all, and thank you so much. And I'm honored to be the board chair of BCR. They are doing great job, and we are right in our own backyard. So we hope that all of y'all come and support us and see what great job they are doing. Thank you.
Thank you all. And then I want to bring up Councilmember Anthony, who was gracious enough to bring you all to the table and make sure that we were recognizing this month, as I know it's very important to you. All right. Do you want to say a couple words?
Just one quick thing. When I found out I was autistic years ago, I never thought I would be in politics and have the ability to help local community resources, local advocacy groups. And so I am just so pleased with the work that you've been doing. I'm excited for all of the newest stuff that you have been actively pursuing. BCR has changed so much over the last few years. Even just today, Edward accepted a donation of about 70 tablets with proprietary software that takes images and turns them into vocal speech for kids and adults who don't have that communication ability. And they're going to create a process for distributing those to community members in need. So that was from Neurodiversity in Business, and they found BCR and said, "Hey, let's get these tablets to them." So you guys are doing great work, and I applaud your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for sharing those resources with our community. We'll make sure it gets out there to our community members who need them. Thank you for the work that you do. And now I will declare Autism Acceptance Month. Whereas anyone can be born autistic regardless of gender, race, religion, or socioeconomic status, and whereas early diagnosis, childhood services, higher education, and job training are all essential components to helping autistic individuals lead healthy, productive, and independent lives, and whereas each autistic individual is unique with different needs and strengths among a diverse spectrum, and supportive services must be tailored accordingly. Now, therefore, I, Nikki Perez, Mayor of the City of Burbank, in recognition of all autistic Burbank residents and their families and caregivers, do hereby proclaim April 1st through 30th, 2025 as National Autism Acceptance Month and encourage our community to accept those who are different just the way they are. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we've come to our final presentation this evening, and it's a fun one. It's a presentation by the Burbank Tournament of Roses Association for receiving the 136th Tournament of Roses Parade Animation Trophy Award. At this time, I would like to invite the wonderful Linda Kazakis, president of the Burbank Tournament of Roses Association, to join me at the podium. Linda, would you like to say a few words?
I would. Thank you. I'd be honored. Good evening, Mayor Perez, council members, and various other city departments. My name is Linda Kazakos. I am the president of Burbank Tournament of Roses Association. On behalf of the association, we are proud to unveil to everyone our award-winning animation award for City of Burbank 2025 entry in the Rose Parade. This award is for most outstanding use of animation. This beautiful framed award will hang in the mayor's office, then given to the library to be displayed for everyone to see. I would like to thank the city council, city manager, and a variety of city departments for your support, including Burbank Water and Power, Burbank Police, Public Works, Park and Rec, along with other valuable departments. We are so thankful for our many volunteers that construct, process materials, and decorate our award-winning float. I'd like to give special thanks to you, John Reeves, Construction Chair, Bob Hutt, my Vice President Administration, who's not here tonight, Stephen Edward, Vice President Float, Terry Coombs, Decoration Chair. Because at Burbank Tournament of Roses Association, we always have a blooming good time. Come on up, crew.
And for the folks at home who can't see this amazing work of art yet, we're going to bring it a little closer so that everybody can see. If you didn't get a chance to see this float in person, it had an active volcano that spit out fire. And there are some amazing clips of it on YouTube all over the place if you want to look up coverage from our local news stations. We were just so incredibly proud, and every year you leave me in awe. We are one of the last floats that is completely volunteer made. All of these folks up here are not paid for their time. Some of them have learned how to weld in order to just be a part of this. And we're incredibly grateful for all of their years that they've been working on this. And if you're out there in the crowd, Linda, how can folks volunteer?
Well, go to www.burbankrosefloat.com and become active with us. We don't just build the float the last week of the year, believe it or not. We already have our design in process for the 2026 parade that was picked in January, narrowed down in January. So we are a 12-month association.
They're also very shy. No, seriously, folks, these are some of the most humble volunteers I have had the pleasure of meeting, and we were hoping to honor them back in January, but because of the fires, many of the volunteers were affected. Many of us, were affected by the things happening, so we were grateful that we could still get you guys on the calendar because it's a much well-deserved recognition, and thank you for all you do for the city. You bring so much joy. Let's give it up for these folks.
you go back up, can you give those to? Thank you, Congress.
All right, thank you, everybody. That was our last presentation. Let's give it up one more time for all of the presentations. We love celebrating everybody here in the city of Burbank, and as much as I know that you all would love to stay for a riveting, lengthy discussion about our housing authority, any of you who would like to, head on out and have other things to do with your night, please feel free to do so. In this time, we're going to take a couple minutes to allow you all to do that. Thank you. All right, we are going to continue with our regularly scheduled meeting here. Thank you to all of our presentations. We really appreciate you all. And now I'm going to turn it off to a very riveting city manager's report.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have 2 items. Probably not as riveting as the last 6 presentations, but I will do my best. We do have a new department executive that just started yesterday. So I'd like to introduce and welcome our new the city's new Chief Information Officer over the Information Technology Department, Jose Calderon.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome, Mr. Calderon.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. Good evening, Mayor, Council members, and City Clerk. I am thrilled to be here today as Burbank's Chief Information Officer. Staff have provided me with a very warm welcome and an amazing onboarding experience. Really excited for this to be my day number 2. For the past 3 years, I've served as the IT Director for the City of El Segundo, and prior to that, for 4 years, I was IT Director for Raytheon Technologies, also in El Segundo. Prior to that, I've also been IT Director for the City of Evanston, back home in Illinois. Looking forward to working with you. If there's anything me or my team can do to help you in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question real quick? I've sent a bunch of money to my friend who's a Nigerian prince. I haven't gotten any money back.
We're going to have to talk about that.
Okay, all right.
Reboot the computer. No, I'm kidding. No.
We came with the jokes this evening. We keep you entertained. All righty.
Madam Mayor, I do have one more. If I could call up our Building Administration Manager, Beverly Ibarra. She's going to talk about the city's new line queuing system over at Community Service Building, the Permits Center.
Welcome, Ms. Ibarra. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Perez and members of the City Council. My name is Beverly Ibarra. I'm the Building Administration Manager with the Community Development Department. The Community Development Department, with IT's support, is excited to announce a major improvement to our Community Services Building that will enhance the visitors' experience and make their visits more convenient. As part of our ongoing efforts to better serve our community, we just installed a brand new queuing system at the Community Services Building. Over the course of the year, staff serves over 9,000 customers across a wide range of services provided in the building, including building permits, business registrations, planning and zoning review, housing, parking permits, public works, and parks and recreation services. This system introduces a virtual wait list that provides customers with a more accurate and transparent waiting experience. When they visit, they will be able to see the approximate wait time based on the current serving time and how many people are ahead of them. And the best part, they don't have to stay physically present in the building while they wait. They'll be alerted on their cell phone when it's their turn to be served, allowing them the freedom to grab a cup of coffee or a tasty pastry in downtown Burbank. Additionally, the platform allows for remote join, meaning they don't even have to be in the building. They can access and use the system to join the queue from the comfort of their home or car. For example, before dropping off a child to daycare, a parent can remotely join the queue using their smartphone or home computer. Once they arrive at the Community Services Building, they can check themselves in at the physical kiosk, where they are inserted into the queue and given credit for time since they initially joined the queue at home. With the new system, we can now track data more effectively, helping us better understand demand and continuously improve our services. For instance, we can see that we served over 500 customers over the last week, and of these, 223 visited the building permit counter, and 98 came in for planning services. On average, the wait time across all services during this time was about 14 minutes. And the system is designed with self-service configuration, giving us the flexibility to tailor it to the specific needs of the city's services and make adjustments as needed. We are confident that this new system will make customers' visits smoother and more efficient. We thank our staff and the public for their continued support as we work to improve our community services. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Now you don't get to just put your name in line for the restaurants. You can do it here at the government too. Thank you. That's really helpful to our residents. Anything we can do to be customer serving to our residents, we will do. So thank you, Mr. City Manager. Anything else to report? Well, I disagree with you. I think they were riveting. All right, next we have another presentation, but this is a presentation of the 2025 through 2029 Cultural Arts Framework. And I'd like to welcome Aaron Barrows, Recreation Services Manager in Parks and Recreation, and welcome back Ms. Leah Harrison, Cultural Arts Commission Chair. Welcome both.
Good evening, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, and City Council members. Aaron Barrows, Recreation Services Manager for Parks and Recreation. And as Mayor Perez said, with me tonight is Leah Harrison, Burbank Cultural Arts Commissioner Chair. If I can ask for the presentation, thank you. We are here tonight before you to present the 2024-2029 Cultural Arts Framework as an informational item only. A little background to share with you on how we got here today. During fiscal year 2007 to 2008, City Council requested staff to research the feasibility of creating a Cultural Arts Commission for Burbank. In March 2008, the city participated in a Los Angeles County Arts Commission initiative to develop a Burbank Cultural Arts Plan. Arts management consultants Allison Sampson and Karen Constein were retained to facilitate and support Burbank's cultural planning process. In 2009, the consultants facilitated a year-long process and created the city's first, In 2009, the consultants facilitated a year-long process and created the city's first Burbank Cultural Arts Plan. City Council formally accepted the plan on June 9th, 2009. One of the main goals of the plan was to formalize the cultural arts leadership in Burbank. In 2010, the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission was established and as an advisory 9-member body. Since then, staff and the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission have successfully implemented many parts of the 2009 plan by working to support local artists and advance arts programming and offerings in the city. In 2023, staff and the consultants reconvened to work with the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission to create a new planning tool, the framework. This document will serve as a roadmap for the next 5 years. The framework was developed over a 6-month period. The primary goal of the framework is to prioritize Burbank's cultural arts programs and unifying the city's vision and objectives. The framework informs council, city residents, and businesses about the importance of arts and culture and its programming in Burbank. The framework represents an expanded commitment to the arts and culture. It will positively impact arts organizations, artists, arts enthusiasts, small businesses, educators, and schools, parents, residents, and tourists. The framework will serve as an essential resource and tool for council, city management, the Parks and Recreation Department, and the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. As part of developing the framework, interviews were conducted with community experts and leaders from various sectors. 7 community experts were interviewed, including representatives from Arts for LA, Burbank Chamber of Commerce, Burbank Unified School District, the City of Burbank Community Development Department, the City of Burbank Library Services Department, the Colony Theater Company, and the Los Angeles County Department of Arts and Culture. All participants expressed a new sense of inclusiveness in developing arts policy for Burbank and showed a willingness to support the framework. Key findings in the interviews process included best models of arts and culture departments, Burbank's vision for a world-class city, potential for expanded partnerships. In March 2023, a community-wide cultural arts community planning survey was conducted with more than 1,300 responses, and 75% of those lived in Burbank. The key takeaways from the community survey included most respondents, 75%, considered an investment in the arts in Burbank important. Respondents affirmed, again 75%, that they would like Burbank to be a destination city with vibrant arts and culture offerings that attract tourism. Respondents were almost evenly split between programming preferences. The top tier was performing arts, 25%, outdoor events and activities, 25%, visual arts, 20%, and arts education, 18%. Respondents were asked to identify one arts and culture priority that was important to them. The 3 highest priorities included supporting in-school arts education at 24%, having a performing arts or cultural or multi-art center, 23%, and creating a signature event, 15%. And now I would like to once again introduce Leah Harrison, who will continue with the presentation.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Utilizing the information gathered at Burbank Cultural Arts Commission meetings, these stakeholders interviews, and a community survey, provided the data that informed the vision and priorities for the framework. The adopted vision statement is on this slide. Arts and culture are central to Burbank, enriching the lives of residents, visitors, and the business community. The creative economy, driven by Burbank's many media and entertainment companies, enhances local vibrancy and reinforces the city's reputation as the world's media capital. Burbank seeks to further enhance its arts and culture production by supporting a diverse and thriving arts scene and positioning the city as a premier destination. A vibrant arts environment boosts well-being, increases cultural tourism, and benefits artists and local businesses, among other advantages. The newly created vision statement helped to develop the 4 goals and priorities for a 5-year period. The 2024 through 2029 priorities for the framework are as follows. Priority A, build capacity to deliver broader cultural arts programming. Priority B, increase visibility for arts and culture offerings as an arts leader. Priority C, Priority D, facilitate partnerships across many sectors and among individuals to collaborate and strengthen the environment for the arts and creative sector workforce. An action plan has been developed to support each of these priorities. Furthermore, the framework document includes a summary of achievements for the plan and the Burbank Cultural Arts Asset List. The framework was adopted by the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission last August 2024 and is designed as a living document which will allow staff to make updates over the next 5 years as we learn and grow. Additionally, Burbank Cultural Arts Commission will incorporate monthly reporting on the framework activities during their meetings and an annual review to ensure the framework is being utilized. In conclusion, the framework's vision statement and priorities can be incorporated into many of the civic planning tools for our city, such as the general plan, economic and community development planning documents, cultural tourism efforts, etc. It is a significant tool that will focus the city on arts policy and programming decisions for the years to come. So this concludes our report, and Aaron and I are happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you so much for the presentation. We appreciate it, and we love hearing all the things that you all are working on. Man, 2 in a row for you tonight.
Look at me.
Do my colleagues have any questions? Oh, no questions. Wow, these guys rarely have questions. So
We were
thank
really
you.
good at
Great job.
explaining. I was like, we're really, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
We have one actually.
No questions, but I do want to acknowledge and applaud you guys for this presentation and for the work that you have done. And I wanted to say thank you to all of you and staff for putting this together. So
Thank you for that. And I must say, we could never do it without the wonderful staff at Parks and Rec who are instrumental to making all this happen for us.
Absolutely, yes.
So thank you. Thank you to City Council.
Thank you both so much for the presentation. Thank you to the entire commission. All right, Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, for the benefit of the public, the City Council met earlier this evening in closed session to discuss one matter of existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the matter of Nicholas Norgo versus City of Burbank, which was a slip and fall case. The City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. All right, now is the time for joint general public comment, and I will be calling out the speaker's name as well as the person who is next in line to speak. In order to keep the public comment moving in a timely fashion, we do have a seat designated for the next speaker right here in the front row. Thank you to my helpers here. A timer is available on the podium, and there is also, this is also the last call for anybody who wants to turn in those speaker cards. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers and callers do we have today?
We have 13 in person and 1 phone caller.
All right, there being 14 total, everybody will get 3 minutes to speak. All right, our first speaker is Mr. Ron Bax, followed by Eric Hawk from the Burbank Community Band. Welcome, Mr. Bax. You have 3 minutes.
I'm grateful. Okay, office copy. I stapled it this time so easy to distribute. All right, I'll split the difference with you. Good evening, Ron Bax. If you'll skip down to the first row of asterisks, I plan to continue my presentation started at the last meeting, found above the first line of asterisks. But first must respond to comments by the council and city staff. My question of when the meetings to obtain housing provider input to the Tenant Protection Ordinance, TPO, was finally answered. The short, parsed answer was they have not. I contend they must to address my analysis of items 14 and 15 in addition to other issues. I do not have a law degree. I have an engineering degree. I am used to dealing with the law of physics, which cannot be bent or appealed. Logic exposes many potential problems with the TPO. It was stated that items 14 and 15 in the TPO were not a problem because they required rent payments be in accordance with the rental agreement. Show me one rental agreement that states partial rent payments are not acceptable. This is because housing providers rely upon state law, which makes it discretionary. The TPO overrides all that flexibility state law allows. Unfortunately, in our society, a person can do anything unless or until they are told they cannot. The city's position creates a situation that until all 26,000 rental agreements are amended, leases cannot be changed. At fault for lack of paying rent eviction tenants will be able to draw out the legal process until the end of time. Until then, if a tenant presents a check of any amount, $1, between the time rent is due and the court date, the housing provider must start the process over again. State law requires this if a payment is accepted. I repeat, the TPO requires the payment be accepted. Please explain the flaw in my logic. Let's go to the last page. Harry Treminian shared some property evaluations at the last meeting. I can supplement them. Many people have the opinion that inheriting property is a godsend. That is not always the case. I have 5 siblings. I took my parents' properties from the estate at my mother's passing. To evenly distribute the estate, I had to mortgage the properties. I, in effect, purchased the properties at market value. It has been more than 7 years. Last year, tax return showed them operating at a combined loss of $6,000. But it's far worse than that. One property required significant capital improvements that aren't posted against that last year. They are being depreciated. Also, not one of my hundreds of sweat labor hours is accounted for. Simply put, last year I spent more than $6,000 to house 4 families. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Eric Hawk from the Burbank Community Band, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Well, hey, and good evening to the wonderful members of the Burbank City Council, terrific city staff, and others who've taken time out of their evening to participate in this meeting. My name, for the record, is Eric Hawk. I am the current president of the Board of Directors of the Burbank Community Band, and it's my final opportunity to announce that this Saturday, April the 12th at 2 p.m., the Burbank Community Band will be having a terrific performance at Burbank High School, right just up the street at 3rd Street. And we will be celebrating not just our 85th anniversary, 1940 to 2025, that the band has been around, but also our wonderful hometown here of Burbank, with music that celebrates some of the fascinating eras in which the band has been performing and rehearsing, and rehearsing, that's right, I just reversed them, here in Burbank. So we'll highlight some music from Lockheed's days of manufacturing planes for the war effort, just at what would become Burbank Airport, as well as also celebrating the studios of Disney, NBC, and Warner Brothers that are based here in the city as well. Highlighting some of the music of the car culture that is part of Burbank's past and present, and really some wonderful traditional band pieces that'll celebrate some of the really talented folks that are part of our band. I really want to tell you a couple of them, but I'll wait till Saturday when you get the program. emceeing our concert is actually going to be someone well known to the local community, and that's Fritz Coleman, was the weatherman anchor for NBC, local NBC, for near 40 years. We also have our wonderful conductor, Dr. Michael Stanley, who will be leading us in a number of great pieces, including just great theme music for the swashbuckler film of 1940, Warner Brothers' Seahawk, which is a great one. We'll be celebrating the 100th anniversary of George Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue, with a great lead clarinetist and guest pianist as well. And I'm happy to report that this concert is being partially funded by the Burbank Arts Grant. So great gratitude to the Cultural Arts Commission, to the Parks and Rec team, as well as to this wonderful city council for making that possible so that we can share music with the community. It's going to be a really fun show. I hope to see you all this Saturday if you can make it. I know it's a busy day, but do hope you can make it. And once again, that is this Saturday, April the 12th, 2 p.m. at the main stage at Burbank High School, the main auditorium at Burbank High School. So I have extra flyers, so I will pass them around to those wonderful people here at the Diaz. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your comment, Eric, and looking forward to the concert.
All right.
Our next speaker is Mark Scroggs, followed by Jane Warburton Brown.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Scroggs. I hope to have in the next couple of days a social media guide and information on how people can reach out to our legislators on the potential entertainment tax incentives and what we need. There's There's a lot of support for this. I watched their presentation, which is like watching a city council meeting 3 times. But yeah, but there's a lot of people wanting a lot smaller piece of the pie. So it's going to be very competitive. Plus, there's competition from all sorts of states and other localities. So, but I'll have that out soon once I get some final information. I know this wouldn't be on your radars really, and it shouldn't be, but Burbank hosts the most college acting and production showcases in the West Coast. This is where we go find talent, casting directors, agents, managers, all of us go look for people. A lot of people get discovered that way. Juilliard is hosting theirs next week at the Colony, Azusa Pacific later this month at Warner Brothers. Most of them are at the Gary Marshall, including Carnegie Mellon, USC, UCLA, Yale, a lot of the local schools, Pepperdine, Chapman, and that. And for a lot of these people, and for a lot of people attending, this is their first time they've been in Burbank. So it really like makes an impression for them. So when things are great, it's great. Plus, like Priscilla's gets a lot of business over by the Gary Marshall. Along the same lines, after Hollywood, I think Burbank, I'm not 100%, but I believe Burbank has the most acting studios. A lot of them have closed in the last few years. A lot of them border us too, in Toluca Lake and Studio City in North Hollywood. But a lot have closed, a lot of, because of the COVID, because of fewer jobs. The kid business is all gone pretty much. That was a whole crazy world anyway. And rising costs. So a lot of these people, and I'm friends with a lot of them, and we work with a lot of them, are losing their jobs, or losing the ones who are still around, are either going remote, or closing up, changing their business, and just need help too. When you're talking about entertainment stuff, this is a critical part, just like all the rest of us, this is a critical piece of the puzzle for the really legit acting schools, and there are a lot of them here. There are also community centers for many, many people. That's where people go and hang out, and they want to be here and be around afterwards. I would love the economic people and the chamber to focus on them when they're dealing with all this stuff, because a lot of people are the ones who are around are moving to Vegas because you can get 3,000 square feet for $3,000 a month, so you can't beat that. And there's a lot of people there. So I just think it's just one of those things you have to think about the whole piece of the puzzle, not just a few of the studios and films that probably will never come back here. So that's it for tonight. Thanks. And I have a few other people I've invited to talk tonight too, so. Anyway.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Jane Warburton Brown, followed by Irene Kovacs. And before you speak, Ms. Warburton, I've just been reminded, has anybody asked for our interpretation services? I see that as a no, so I'm sorry for holding you all here for a little longer. Feel free to head on home, and thank you for your services. In the future, if anybody needs interpretation in Armenian or Spanish, they are both here available every council meeting. Thank you, and sorry, please go ahead, Ms. Warburton.
I won't be long. I'm Jane Warburton Brown. I'm Artistic Director of Stonehaven Studios, LLC. Since 2023, we've been an arts and wellness program presenter here in Burbank. And we would like to thank the City Council and the BAC, which I think they left. And for this year, we received a Burbank Community Arts Grant to host an Afrofuturistic art fair from 2 to 4 p.m. on Tuesday, June 10th at the Buena Vista Branch Library. And if you're wondering what Afrofuturism is, my own definition as an artist is Afrofuturism is a transformational art form that teaches individuals how to imagine a different time, place, different problems, and different solutions. That's my definition. You can find many others online. Sometimes it's based in sci-fi or steampunk. This is for the 17 to 24-year-old age group, basically. We've published an open call for visual artists, musicians, and writers online at the link on our website, which is stonehavenstudios.org. And we will be doing our social media, and you may see posters around town looking like this. That would be us, and on social media. So I just want to thank you again, because this is where all your effort is going. We're so excited and thankful. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We're looking forward to seeing your event at the library. All right, our next speaker is Irene Kovacs, followed by Steve Roman. Apologies if I've mispronounced that.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Irene Kovacs. I live in Burbank for the past 30 years. I love this city, but lately I've been having a lot of problems with the city tree, which is on the city land. It broke the water meter and also a main water line, and nobody wants to fix it. It's been 3 months. My water bill went up over 3 times that I used to pay. I contacted the Water and Power. They told me that I have to call the forestry. When I call the forestry, they tell me I have to call the water power, so they making me go back and forth. Nobody does anything about it. Right now, there's so much water on the walkway that people are very upset, and they said somebody should fix it. I said it's a city property, a city tree. Years ago, when this tree grew into my main sewer line, I had to fix it. It cost me $6,500. And I asked the city then, because they came out to inspect, I said, could you please take out this tree because it breaks the all kinds of lines, sprinkler. They said no, and if you take it out, it's $10,000 fine for you. So I never touched the tree, but lately it's been so many problems. And the water is running nonstop and I'm paying for it. And any place I turn to, nobody wants to fix it. They told me today, you have to fix it. Well, the roots are 3 feet high. I don't want to touch it. And the tree is already leaning towards the street. If there'll be a big wind and it breaks it and it falls on people and cars, that's on me. I don't want them suing me because I did this. I never planted that tree. It's not mine. I think somebody should take care of it. And I'm asking you, please help me, because any place I turn, they turn me down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And we'll see if somebody can follow up with you at the end of public comment. We'll have some kind of a response. All right, our next speaker is Steve Roman, followed by Cam Hunter from Burbank Association.
Good evening, City Council, City staff. Thank you so much. I'm Steve Roman. I'm the president of the Burbank Association of Realtors. I wanted to share the following cost analysis this evening for 3 current active properties, multi-unit properties here in Burbank. The first one you see is 1484 North Clybourne Street. It's on sale or offered at $1,469,000. If you look towards the bottom, you'll see the purchase price. See a down payment of 25%. A loan amount of $1,107,500, about 7% on the loan, property insurance, property taxes. If you move over, you'll see the income on the property. So the unit 1 is getting $4,200 for a total of $6,400. With the current rent control, AB 1482, you'll see next year about $6,963. And with the proposed rent control here in Burbank, $6,592. Now, currently, just purchasing the property, the owner is operating with 25% down, again, $367,000 at a loss of $3,685 per month. With AB 1482 year 2, they will be operating with a loss of $3,353. And with the proposed rent control here in Burbank above the state level, the 3% would be a loss of $3,724. If you move over to property number 2, 1138 North Parish Place, this is a 6-unit building. It is listed at $2,195,000. I will go rather quickly through this. Again, down payment on this would be nearly $550,000. Again, 25% down, pretty standard. 7% on the loan at $1,646,000. You see the property taxes are nearly $28,000. Income is $12,190. Next year, the income will be $13,262 with AB 1482, state rent control, and 3% Burbank proposed. $12,555. Operating at a loss at purchase of $2,440. With AB 1482 next year, $1,630 loss. With the 3% proposed, $2,337 loss next year. Last property, 607 East Olive Avenue. Again, these are all active properties for sale today in Burbank. List price $2,425,000. It's a 6-unit building again. You can see that the down payment is $606,000. Loan amount is $1.8 million. 18,000, so 7% again on the loan, assuming property tax is about $30,000. Rent roll on this one, $13,150 currently, 1482, 14,307, and with the 3% proposed by Burbank, 13,544. Currently operating at a loss.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time.
Thank you very much. You guys get the picture. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cam Hunter, followed by Harry Tamurian.
Hey everybody, Cameron Hunter. I am the president-elect for the Burbank Association of Realtors, so I'm following up with what Steve had here. You're going to see pretty similar data. This is a continuation of what we already have here. So first off, I just want to say, councilmen, women, Ms. Mayor, we appreciate your time. Thanks, guys. And everybody here, just, this is cool what we do, right? You know? What I'd like to go ahead and do is talk about 3513 Alameda to start. So this one's at 1.2. It's got a down payment of $300,000 essentially, 25% down. Loan amount of $900,000 at 7%, right? Property insurance is at $4,500, which we are all anticipating to go quite up after well, the insurance debacle we're going through in California right now. And property taxes are just shy of $1,500. What you'll notice is that if you slide to the right, just below where it says the units, the total amount income is $5,000 a month. And with the proposed AB 1482, the next column over, you guys will see that it is up to $5,450 a month. And then with the council's proposed, the council's proposed 3%, we're looking at $5,200. So about a $250 swing negatively if you're a property owner. If we scoot over one more time, you'll notice the monthly payments or the monthly expenses, about $6,000 for your mortgage payment. Property taxes are about $1,200. The monthly insurance is $375, right? But again, I just want to make note, we can anticipate insurance is going to be going up. Utility costs, we already know that 10% is on the horizon here in Burbank. And then monthly maintenance costs, right? These are not properties that are getting younger, they're getting older. So that is incurred. Now, if you scoot over just a little bit more, guys, the total amount for that first list is $8,340. That's for the first year when they incur the property. Under the state's 8% that we currently have, you'll notice at the very bottom under the total line that they are incurring $8,550. Right, but the total loss is what we need to focus on. 3,096, and then the next one is 3,349, and that's perpetual, 3% per year. That's just the first year, guys. So I'm losing time here, but as you can imagine, Hollywood Way, right? It's the same story. You know, with the small business aspects here, guys, we're not going to see small businesses invest in this. As someone that sold multiple multi-unit homes over the last 4 or 5 years, we're seeing the big guys come around. We're not seeing the small people looking to take a chance and get into this anymore. And they're not looking to keep the same tenants in there. So that's my time. Thank you guys for hearing me out.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Harry Tamurian, followed by Daniel.
Good evening, Council. Madam Mayor, my name is Harry Tamurian, the Government Affairs Director for the Burbank Association of Realtors. The buildings that were presented to you by both Steve and Cam, 6 of those buildings, those are currently active buildings, right? So we're looking at them as quite a unique type of a business, because that's what these buildings are. They're small businesses. They're unique, but at the end of the day, they're small businesses. The buildings that we're talking about are all individual small businesses. Like I'm saying, each building pays property taxes, of which benefits both our city and our local schools. They pay for city utilities, they pay for city taxes, they pay for state taxes, they pay for federal taxes. They also provide jobs, they contribute to the local economies, and on top of that, wait, what do? They house people. That's what those small businesses do. So when we talk about these buildings, these are small businesses that we also have to look at. So a couple of weeks ago when I was here, I was talking about, and I was showing the numbers, Councilmember Anthony said something, and I'm going to quote you on this. So I brought you a property that was sold in 2019, over 6 years ago. If you look at this property, $700,000 purchase price, $175,000 down, $525,000 loan amount, total income on this automatically was at a negative $2,300. So if I use your logic, Mr. Anthony, because of what you said, let me quote you on this. If anyone purchases today, they are going to be at a loss. Regardless of that, so what we're talking about are increments of loss. I mean, think about that. Think about where his mindset is. They are increments of loss. You know, Warner Brother lays off 75 people. Those are just increments of losses of people, right? Increments of loss. He said there are no profits to be made. So instead of saying, hey, hold on a second, these small businesses are losing $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month. These individuals are investing $500,000, $700,000 into these businesses. Instead of using logic and saying, let's do something to help these people, instead of passing policies to stifle their business, he's saying, it's only just increments of loss. That's all it is. This goes to show you where some of the individuals' mindsets are that are on top of this council. Folks, help individuals invest in this city. Instead of stifling them, help them to invest in this city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Daniel, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Good evening, City Council and City staff and fellow residents of Burbank. I want to start off and thank City Council. You guys have done a great job of listening to the tenants here in Burbank, our 60% renter majority. Staff also has done a great job doing community outreach, listening to tenants, hearing out our problems, and working slowly towards solutions. This article was just released recently. BUSD primed to lose $28 million over declining enrollment. In the article, the increasingly expensive cost of housing in Burbank is noted as a significant example. These are issues that we've been talking about for many years now. Myself and other tenants in Burbank have been organizing for about 2 years, talking about these issues. Things like the rent eviction displacement, which we've been talking about that since April 2023, when residents in Maui showed up at Forest, the Landlord-Tenant Commission, City Council meetings, and here we are 2 years later. Rent evictions are still occurring weekly in Burbank. Meanwhile, Pasadena, South Pasadena, LA City has closed this loophole. We're still getting these same unsustainable rent increases, 8%, 9%. I have many friends and neighbors in Burbank. They're planning their exit. they're leaving. It's too expensive to live here. And I want to go back to this Burbank Public School District. What is this $28 million loss going to mean? It's going to mean making classes larger, getting rid of things like physical gym class, art classes, quality education. It's going to cause more families to leave Burbank. More families leaving Burbank is going to mean an even less funded school system. I think all these problems go hand in hand. We had the rent cap discussion. 76% of renters believe rent is too high. 8 out of 10 renters want Burbank to be able to set its own policies. 61% of homeowners agree. 54% of resident landlords agree. Everybody wants Burbank to set housing policies, and I think the common goal here is community stability. We all want a community where we can live and grow and thrive. I know there's discussions coming up in May about rental registry, but we're growing frustrated here. I'm 1 or 2 rent increases away from having to move. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay in Burbank. I think a lot of my neighbors and renter friends here in Burbank are in similar positions. And I would just like to see action happen really soon. I'd like to see community stability. I'd like to see tenants here in Burbank feel stable in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Pimienta, followed by Emiko Sawandori.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff, and everybody present in the chamber. Have a few topics to talk about, so let's see if I can get through them. For starters, I would like to apologize for my language a couple of weeks. However, that same day, a student in Massachusetts got disappeared for a piece that they co-authored in an op-ed in their student newspaper. So what the anyways, following up the topic that has been brought up from the previous speakers, yeah, like it's when it comes to tenant protections, you already know what pretty similar things that I'm going to say. I've been present here many times, and to me it's very particular how every time that this topic comes up, even nowadays we're starting to see that people that don't agree with what we've been advocating for are also starting to bring up a lot of the issues that we've also been bringing up. They keep bringing up how the cost of living is increasing, almost as if to say that a lot of those problems are systemic. There's a name for that system, but I digress. The thing that I do want to bring up as well is that, as mentioned by by the previous speaker, is that the topic of tenant protections in our rental registry seems to be coming up in May, and I, for one, am really excited for this conversation to keep coming up because, again, we are looking for solutions. We are looking to keep, to make sure that people can remain housed. However, as someone who has been coming here for as long as I have, I would like to just pay attention to one tiny detail, and that is that every time that we have this conversation, it tends to go the same way. It goes from, this is a very serious issue, we're in a housing crisis, this issue has two sides and we need to hear from both sides, and then before we know it, the conversation starts steering into how is this going to affect business. And that's the part that concerns me because that's the part where we start looking at this situation more from a financial concern as opposed to how it's impacting people who will come at the expense of this issue taking as long as it has. I mean, that's another reason why we keep saying people over profits. While we wait for a solution, people are being displaced. People have left the states. Worse things have happened as well. Anyways, on a completely different topic now. This last Sunday, a bunch of weirdos and myself, we went over to Ciclavia from Hollywood to Koreatown. It's along with the Strong Towns chapter of the city of Burbank, and we had a wonderful time. Like Ciclavia is a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful event, and I believe that it has been expressed on this podium that we would like to see it come to Burbank because we think it would be a wonderful opportunity to explore how alternative modes of transportation really would benefit the city. Cycling and pedestrians make the city safer. Buses make everything more efficient. It makes it, and for those people that are concerned with, adding infrastructure for alternative modes of transportation, it takes away lanes. Well, yes, that's how sharing a resource works. You have to share what you have in order to make it equitable for everyone else. Thank you for your time. Good evening. I keep looking forward to keep seeing you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Emiko Sawandori. I know you just say yes. I got it. Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good evening. Oh, sorry.
Followed by Janet Deal. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is, Good evening, everybody. My name is Emiko Sawanabori, and I'm your friendly neighborhood animator. First of all, I want to sincerely thank everybody who worked tirelessly to form a plan for the struggling entertainment industry. It brought me great comfort and hope knowing that our city is bound together by our love and respect for the humanities. While I appreciate the efforts to support large established studios, I would really love to see funding for independent projects with much smaller budgets. The lifeblood of LA's entertainment industry comes from the deep-rooted community of artists that are constantly collaborating on passion projects. These communities that have been organically built over the course of decades are truly irreplaceable and irreplicable. I can assure you that every dollar spent on local artists will pay dividends because the experience and sweat equity is already there. And as the Wu-Tang Clan famously advised, you need to diversify your bonds. I'm looking forward to what the task force comes up with, and I would love to participate in the conversation if possible. On a separate note, I would like to speak on some of the comments made on the topic of tenants' rights. I've lived in Burbank for 15 years, as a renter for a majority of that time, and just recently became a homeowner. I understand the plights of the landlords because I too see the rise in costs of insurance, utilities, repairs. I get it. I know their struggles are real. However, I think it's incredibly out of touch to pretend that the renters and landlords are struggling in similar ways. We hear it all the time. Renters should downsize, get roommates, downgrade amenities. But many of my friends and colleagues already have roommates. They live with their partner in a one-bedroom apartment. Both parties work well-paying jobs. While one bedroom may serve them for now, what are they going to do if they want to have children? Many of them don't have families to move in with nearby. Downgrading is difficult because almost all of the new apartments are luxury apartments that come with luxury price tags. And these are the plights of individuals with multiple well-paying jobs. Imagine if the residents made minimum wage. Imagine if the residents were elderly and had no one else to rely on. As a homeowner, my cost of living has ballooned, but if worse comes to worse, I can sell my home. It'll suck, but I have options. For many renters, the only option left is to give up their home, give up their career, uproot their lives, and move away, or live out of their car. Good thing homelessness is not an issue in LA. Building equity in my home gives me options. Owning property outside of your primary residence offers you so many more options, way more options than the average renter. I'm not here to vilify anybody. I know we're all just trying to do our best, but we have to implement a system where everybody can survive, because thriving is not possible for most of us right now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Janet Deal, followed by Melissa McLeod.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, City Manager, staff, and everybody in Burbank. Only a couple of things tonight. As a renter, it's difficult for me because I am in a situation where my rent has not gone up for 38 years. However, everyone everywhere is suffering because their rents are going up incrementally. I don't know what to say. I live in fear that the owner will die, and the first thing her daughter's going to do is sell that property for a lot of money, and I'll be gone. I don't have any control over it. Okay, Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities. It's good news. We're working on trying to obtain hand bikes that can be used by wheelchair users so that they can participate in more activities, sports, and track, and all the different things that are out there. And we need to start thinking about the fact that the Olympics are coming, and the Paralympics will affect us. We used the Equestrian Center last time for Paralympics, and it was amazing to to have that facility. It is terrific. But we need more than that. We need to be able to offer training areas, training sites, if you will. And once a year now, we're having a special event where booths are there to give resource information to members of our community. And so if anybody has any spare change in their couch or anywhere and would like to incredibly donate that towards the purchase of a hand bike, they're close to $5,000 each. Whoa, a lot of money. But we'd like to be able to use that. Fourth Thursday of every month, 1:30, BACOD16@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Janet. Our next speaker is Melissa McLeod, followed by David Donahue.
McLeod.
Dang, I had it right the first time.
EOD. It should be spelled, but thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Melissa McLeod. I'm a long-term resident of Burbank, and I'm here today on behalf of myself and other tenants. I have a tenant that lives in my building with me, and we have 120 more ready to come in May to help work on these housing policies. I'm just here today because I kind of want to share just my story about what's happening within our building, which is owned by the number 11th biggest company that owns properties across the United States, potentially around the world. But we understand that we are working on how we're going to work on the rent increases, but on top of the rent increases, we are suffering from unsustainable junk fees on top of that. I know these realtors have been speaking about the taxes and the utilities and all these things that we are owed. April 1st of this year, I looked at my bill versus what it was last year, and it was up 15 to 17%. I understand that the rent increase is supposed to be 10. We are 15 to 17. These fees are hidden. These fees are not advertised. And so then once you go into these property buildings, like, oh my gosh, I love this. The community is amazing. We love our city. And then they're like, oh yeah, and by the way, here's what it's actually going to cost. But you've already given your notice, and you've already paid for the movers, and you already have animals and family that are already invested in moving, and then they're just like, oh, what can we do now? Like, we love this, we have to move in, and it's like a stab in the heart, 17% more on top of that. In addition to that, it fluctuates every single month, and there's no rhyme or reason. My bonus father, I don't know if anybody knows what a bonus person is in someone's life, somebody that's like an adopted, not biological, but adopted by choice. Bonus father was BWP executive, and I showed him these bills, and I'm just like, can you help me understand what these fees are? Heating, water. I also have my own BWP bill. I also have my own gas bill. So we're just kind of really working towards some housing policies. And we're not talking about luxuries, we're talking about the basic living expenses, which we believe is human rights, which I believe Rosati said that human rights, housing is a human right for all. So we're just here looking for some help. We want to stay here, and like a gentleman said, we're just one year away from just living out of this movement, being pushed out of this community that we love, and we give back to the community and everything that we can do, but these owners are just sort of pushing us out. And we'd also love to have the actual date in May that you will be setting for the rent registry, because we would like to have all of our support of all of our tenants in both of our buildings. We have two side by side, and we want to collect more, and we want to be represented in these meetings. So if you could just let us know what date that is going to be.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you so much.
All right, our final speaker in person is David Donahue.
Good evening, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, council members, and very talented staff. My name is David Donahue. I'm a homeowner and business owner. A couple things to run down. during this open public comment period. E-bikes, thank you very much for putting that on the agenda and looking at e-bikes and the regulations. I think we've seen with the Burbank leader that they're covering it. I think the reporter, Mr. Gavin Quinton, is giving the exposure that it needs. On my way to City Hall tonight, I was at the corner of Magnolia and Victory, and I saw a young man surfing through traffic on a little single bike. It was interesting because there happened to be a boat that was protruding and blocking one lane of traffic out of the chevron, and he just leaned on and put his hand on a car and then went with the car. And I'm like, wow, no helmet, and he's literally surfing in traffic. And I'm like, okay, I remember being young and stupid, but that's some crazy stuff. I'm like, oh my goodness. So anyway, I really applaud the council. I want to say thank you to the Police Commission for hearing this, for bringing up the reports. They did an amazing job. It only took about 3 years, so they're just fantastic. And I really appreciate Chair Coombs. He's been doing a phenomenal job as chair of the Police Commission. The Chamber of Commerce, the Film Commission, again, thank you for looking at that. I'm really excited to see how that's going to move forward. I think a lot of public speakers have been here and speaking to the dais at the lectern that they feel is important, so thank you for taking that up. I think it's fantastic. Also to the wonderful members of the Burbank Association of Realtors who come here all the time. Past President Harry Demurian, you have current President Steve Roman, and you have the President-elect Cam Hunter. They're taking their times away from their families. I know Steve's getting ready for the Boston Marathon in a couple weeks, so go Steve Roman, Team Roman. But what they're doing is they're bringing and trying to highlight to the City Council the issues that are relevant, the actual numbers. They're showing you how it's very hard to be afforded. And it's unfortunate that this situation is happening. You've heard me say this again, but many times, I'm going to say it again. The vilification of the housing providers, I think, is unwarranted, and it's just not the focus. The focus is, as you had with the Burbank Housing Corporation, and the fact that their insurances went up like 3 or 4 times, 700,000, now it's a couple million. It's across the board with anybody who has commercial property. The costs are going through the roof, and it is coming, and the pressures are being passed through, and that's unfortunate that the tenants are having to bear some slight increment of that. The focus should be on what Ms. Mandeep Samra was saying. Let's look at some energies and the rates that are going up, but let's look at the insurance and look at a lot of those things. So thank you very much for your work, and I'll be commenting shortly.
Thank you for your comment. Now we go to the phones. Madam City Clerk, do we still have that one caller on the phone? All right, for this caller, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and to take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment.
The caller is Brian Kaufman.
Hi, Brian. You're on with City Council. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to call in. So me and my wife lived in Burbank for 8 years. We had 2 children and started a family there. About 2 years ago, we were priced out and moved to New Jersey, where we live now. Current rent in Burbank is just unaffordable and needs a much tighter cap on the rent increases. We tried everything to make it work with our family out there. We had a roommate in a tiny 2-bedroom apartment with a newborn child. Eventually, we had a second child, and we're looking into moving somewhere with more space, but quickly realized there was no way we could ever afford it. We had decided to try to handle that small space with ourselves and our 2 children as long as we could, and then we got rent evicted, which is an awful loophole that I believe has since been closed, which is wonderful and a small step forward. But, even after that, when that happened, we were looking for apartments that were the same size or even smaller, and none of them were remotely affordable. And I want to be clear that I was an episodic director on a major TV show working in Burbank during this time. And I feel like you would assume directing on a major animated TV show with union rates would be enough to support your family and pay rent in the city that you're working in. And it was not. I love Burbank. I love it now. I loved it then. Our whole family did. It was very hard to leave. Many of my friends and family are still there, and we miss them dearly. I'm lucky to continue working remote, but every day I worry about what happens when my current work runs out. Moving away, it takes opportunities away from me. The animation industry is mainly out there, and it's a stressful reality to face that I've taken away opportunities by moving away. We spent thousands of dollars to move across the country, lived with my parents in their home for about a year and a half with our kids. And now we live in New Jersey, and I think everyone knows New Jersey is not cheap either, but compared to Burbank, it's nothing. And that really puts things in perspective, I think. Something needs to change, or else more people end up pushed out the same way we were. The bottom line is that Burbank is unaffordable, especially for anyone who wants to have any sort of family. We tried everything. We had a roommate, a tiny little 2-bedroom apartment with my wife and 2 kids. I worked over 60 hours on average every week in what would be considered a high position in the animation industry, and it wasn't enough. We felt we were honestly pushed out of living in Burbank with no logistical way to ever return. It's become far too expensive to live there.
Thank you
let
for
alone
your
raise a
comment.
family.
That's your time. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for calling in, Brian. All right, there being no further public comment, right? Madam City Clerk, sorry. Okay, there being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for response from the City Council, City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things. The first item, Ms. Garcia, our Parks and Rec Director, actually went down to talk to the our resident with the tree issue. So I hear they are coordinating. She has her contact information. We're following up. So so I know she left, but she is. We are following up with that issue. And then just real briefly, just to touch a little bit on what Ms. Deal was saying, we are actually bringing a report back on how we are preparing for the Olympics in June, right after the budget. So we're getting excited about that. Staff is actually working now. They're going to what is called these 88 for 28 meetings for LA County. So so we attended our first ones last week, and we've been working through that interdepartmentally. So that is starting to crank up. So we are excited about it. There's a lot involved with the Olympics, so we're getting a head start with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, with regard to the renter's comments about excessive fees, we haven't, I haven't personally heard of that complaint, but I would encourage them to call the Housing Enforcement Unit. The intake number is 818-238-5180. I still remember that correctly. And we can take a look at the information that they have and determine whether there's something we can do.
Thank you. Any other responses from staff? All right, turning to my colleagues, who would like to go first? Councilman Rosati.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to everyone that came down that received a proclamation. Thank you for your hard work. You guys do amazing work in our community. Mr. Eric Hawk, good luck this weekend with the Burbank Band. Mr. Bax, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Bax has brought this up a couple of times. Can we get a plain example? If a lease says $2,000 a month, does that landlord have to take a partial payment?
We're not going to be able to interpret a landlord's lease for them. So it really depends. The language that was adopted in the ordinance said in compliance with
the lease.
The lease.
And if the lease says $2,000 a month, you don't have to take $50.
Well, you'd have to look at the lease. The code provision specifically refers to a lease agreement. I couldn't speculate on what someone's lease agreement says.
You understand what I'm asking?
I understand what you're asking, but okay. I can't really address.
So they don't have to take a partial payment if the lease says your rent is $2,000 a month, and it says nothing about partial payments in there.
Again, it's fact specific.
Okay. If you can read between the lines. Mr. Roman, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Tremerian, thank you for your analysis. There's only one flaw with your analysis. I looked over all these properties. Every single one of these properties is at market value. And you budgeted increases every year, which that ain't happening in the real world. There's no way you're increasing rent every single year at market value. So that's the only flaw I see. So your losses are a lot more than you're anticipating. And then I'm going to say Melissa, I wrote down your last name. Is it McClure? McLeod. Corporate ownership. That's what happens when we got corporate ownership. We had a member of public saying that she hadn't had rent increase in 30 years, and that's because she's probably with a small apartment owner. I was going to suggest calling the hotline. I would personally love to take a look at that lease and see what kind of junk fees are in there. If there are no junk fees, then maybe you're being taken advantage of. But I would say definitely call that hotline because there's something wrong with that. And I am the one that said housing is a human right, and I do believe that. So thank you for coming. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilor Anthony.
First off, I want to, I'm very excited about this Afrofuturism presentation at the Buena Vista Library. For those of you who don't know, Afrofuturism, it's a pretty widely encompassing topic. It basically asks a question, what if Europe had never, as Walter Rodney put it, underdeveloped Africa? It's basically, what would African art, culture, and sciences look like if they had been able to thrive separately from colonial imperialism? And prime example, if you go back and you watch a movie called Black Panther, they do a really great masterclass on Afrofuturism. I just want to reiterate what Councilmember Rosati is saying about, I've been looking over this. Mr. Termurian, the reason I use the phrase increments of loss, we are losing small mom and pop ownership to corporate landlords because I don't know any small mom and pops who can afford any of the numbers on the bottom here at all. That to me is a fundamental failure of what is happening. I would like to address that big chunk of number personally. But that's for a later discussion. I do want to see also the Sound of Burbank anniversary concert. I will definitely be attending that. Ticket price free. You can't beat that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mullins.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to congratulate everyone who came tonight, receive a proclamation. Definitely a night full of cheers and clapping for everybody, so great job. I also once again like to welcome Mr. Jose Calderon for being our IT director. Welcome to the city family and look forward to working with you hopefully soon. I want to applaud Mr. Prescott and his staff for creating or implementing the new permit process to queue in the public. I think I'm very excited with that, and hopefully we can get updated on the numbers maybe in the next 6 months or a year to see how successful that system has worked. Now to all the other individuals' announcements or whatnot, I do want to address a couple of issues that my colleagues have addressed, and that, again, it relates to the housing issues and the ongoing unfortunate increase of economy and the hardship for both sides on the renters and the home providers. Unfortunately, this is not a Burbank issue, and I know all of us know this. This is a California issue. This is anywhere you go, even New Jersey, even New York, anywhere you go. The cost of living is extremely high. whether you're buying a house and you're paying $2 million or you're renting a one-bedroom or two-bedroom apartment. I don't know the answer. I don't know how we're ever going to solve this problem. I don't know how we're going to balance between the home providers and the renters. Cost of living is high. We have seen a lot of people exit California specifically because our insurance is extremely high. I just got my bill, by the way, and I have an increase of $1,000 a year just for my own little house. Why? I have no idea. But I am feeling the pain just like everybody else that is feeling the pain. So saying that, the only thing we can do right now is to, if there's something the landlords are doing that is illegal, they're not supposed to do, the city attorney provided the numbers. We have given the renters some protections, whether it's rent eviction or increase in rates or whatever the case is. Please contact the city attorney's office. That's why we created a unit that is costing the city about $650,000. So I want to make sure we put him to work because I want to see our money's worth out of it. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I don't want to hear somebody is having to incur 17% of increases with not knowing why, or somebody is being having to go through rent eviction and they're not supposed to. We have a lot of legal resources for them to come in and see our city attorney or his staff to find out what is going on. I do want to Ms. Deal, having to listen to your landlord being 30 years with no rent increase, I applaud this person because I am sure this person is a saint for not really taking any additional money. So to say that quickly, yes, as Councilmember Anthony said, our fear is corporate world coming in and taking over. God give her a long life, so she stays providing you for that rent. But this is a reality, and I know we're going to talk about it in the future, but please try to understand every time you come to this podium and you talk about it, it is an issue. It's not only a Burbank issue, it's California issue. I'm only going to speak for California because I don't have experience outside of here. So with that, I appreciate all of you. I appreciate you coming and providing us numbers, providing us reality, and we're going to work with you to hopefully give you the resources that you need to protect you and protect what's happening to you in your building. And I'm looking at you, Melissa. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Councilman Mullins. Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everyone who came tonight to speak. A lot of what I was going to speak about was already addressed. Just want to touch on a few things. Congratulations to all the folks who received recognition tonight. We had a group of wonderful folks. I felt like when the audience was full that we had like the reunion party of Burbank. Who's who of Burbank was in the room, so it was really great to see everybody here. And I didn't ask a question during the arts framework, but I have to say that the presentation from the Cultural Arts Commission, I have seen how those folks, how the sausage is made and how they put that arts framework together, and they are very hardworking and super appreciative of all that they do. Speaking of arts, Mr. Hawk, I don't know if he's still here, but I'm going to be there too, Councilmember Anthony, and so is my husband, and if my kids were home, they'd be too. I've been to many of these performances. They're incredibly talented, and I'm just waiting for the day that our mayor is going to be in the band. So I know one day she's going to be there. I know that one day she'll be there.
With the French horn, right?
Yeah, the French horn, yeah, that's right. It's just a matter of time. Yep. And then speaking of arts again, Ms. Brown, if you're still here, congratulations and thank you for applying. And Mr. Roman, Mr. Hunter, and Mr. Tamurian, by the way, Mr. Hunter, congratulations on being elected the incoming president. And I always appreciate data, so thank you for bringing these numbers. This is so helpful to give us a real framework, a real on-the-ground information that when we're talking about these issues, it's not just theoretical. It's actually, it's actual. So appreciate that. And I know this is hard work to put this together, so I always appreciate that. And then Mr. Pimienta, just want to touch on your ciclovia. I'm so glad that went well. I really wish I could have been there. Wasn't available that day, but one day I want to get to ciclovia. And if it comes to Burbank, I can do it. So, just saying. My orange bike is ready to go with you. And let's see. And then just in general, there was a number of folks tonight who on many different angles were sharing frustrations with what's happening with as renters or landlords and concerns, please, 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 come here and keep telling us about it. That's fine. Also, please go to our housing enforcement unit. Even if you're not sure if your issue is something that they can address, please let them know, because not only can we possibly help you or possibly help parse out what's going on, the more information we have of what's happening in the community, the better decisions that we can make. So it's helpful for you to come to the dais and let us know. That's absolutely helpful and important. Also, it's helpful to have aggregate data and all those different stories put together in one place and information so that we can learn what the highlights of the data is and what's going on the ground. So I encourage you to do that. And if there's something that you feel is really important that you went to the housing enforcement unit and they couldn't help you, I think it's important for us to know too where our misses are. So that's important to share as well. Okay, so thank you for letting us know. Keep coming, let us know what's going on with you. I'm sorry that these problems are happening, but hopefully we can get the information and get that addressed. And in general, again, thank you all for commenting. And I had a few meetings this week. I really appreciate y'all reaching out, using my meeting link, using my phone number. It's a really easy way to get a meeting with you all, and I appreciate that. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right. I just want to thank everyone for speaking, and a big thank you to the folks who came up here, like Eric Hawk from the band, and the folks who received the Community Arts Grant Awards. We really appreciate the thank you. You've all been so kind and appreciative of the grant, and you've shown us and sent us emails and letters demonstrating how you're putting that money to good use, so thank you for that. To Amico, thank you for your interest in the task force. That is very much going to continue being a discussion, and I really appreciate you bringing up animation. I think it's a huge, huge portion of Burbank's economy. We have a lot of animators here. We're the home of animation, and it's a part that is still, frankly, being ignored at the state level. So thank you for pushing, and thank you for making your voice heard in that sense. Janet, thank you for bringing up the Paralympics, and I'm sure you'll be very happy to hear some of what Parks is working on and has in place. I was sure happy when I heard about it, and it's definitely something we're trying to highlight for the Paralympics, so stay tuned. And thank you for making sure we have even more equipment and more things available here in Burbank. To Melissa, thank you for bringing up that issue, and I applaud Councilmember Rosati wanting to take a look at it. I will make a disclaimer, because I am a Boy Scout. We cannot provide legal advice, the five of us. We're not allowed to do that. But I do encourage you to take it to the Housing Enforcement Unit, who will be able to decipher that and tell you if something there is sketchy and not legal, or if something is legal and the why. And to get into that, I think I really want to stress something that Councilor Mullen said, which is we are seeing both landlords and tenants suffer from the economy. That is a given. I think everybody's expressing their side and what hurts for them, and I get that, because I know what hurts my wallet, right? But we're all feeling that, and this is something that we're all going to have to solve together, because no one's going to solve it for us. So we're going to have to work together on this, and we have to act collaboratively. And on that vein, I do want to remind everyone, too, that the Housing Enforcement Unit, and that number is available to the property owners as well. I know there were some questions about the lease. If you have a question about your specific lease, go to the Housing Enforcement Unit. Go ask how the Burbank laws apply to you. I know that most folks want to provide housing in a fair way and be good stewards of their properties. So if you have a question, and if you're thinking, my God, LA County has 38 laws, LA City has 300 laws, and Burbank has another 10, I don't know what applies to me, what doesn't, I want to do the right thing, go to our Housing Enforcement Unit, call that number, 818-238-5180, and ask them, how does this apply to me as a landlord? How does this apply to me as a tenant? That is what they are there for. It is the one thing that I think we have all come collectively in agreement to provide to everyone in our community. So let's all make use of it. And then finally, I will say to Mr. Donahue's comment, I've also seen quite a few more scooters on the road. It's killing me. So I think, NORPD is starting to work on that, starting to give a lot of the education out there. But folks, if you're listening and if you're on an electric scooter, they're not allowed in Burbank. And if you are on the electric scooters are not allowed on the sidewalk, that they're, yeah, in Burbank. We don't allow that, yet we see it every day. And if you're on an e-bike, there's specific regulations out there for e-bikes. Please follow the rules. And if you're a parent worried about the e-bikes, please make sure to check with your local bike store. You have the folks who ride in Burbank. A lot of the folks at Strong Towns actually would know exactly what is customized, what is legal, what is not. So please ask folks who know before you purchase something for your kids that might be unsafe. So that's all I have, and thank you everybody for coming on down, and thank you for those of you who actually stayed past the presentations. Look at you. All right. Now is the time for the consent calendar. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 5 items on consent.
I might have spoke too soon because now they're all shuffling out. Sorry, Madam City Clerk, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have 5 items on consent this evening. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of March 25th, 2025, and the dark meeting of April 1st, 2025. Item 2 is approval of the Housing Authority minutes of the joint meeting of February 25th, 2025. Item 3 is adoption of a resolution authorizing an amendment to increase the budget of bid schedule number 1513, fiscal year 2022 to 2023, annual arterial pavement rehabilitation project in the amount of $350,000 to include First Street IKEA Way between Olive Avenue and Verdugo Avenue, and amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget by appropriating funds. Item 4 is adoption of a resolution approving contract documents, plans, and specifications, and authorizing execution of a contract for bid schedule number 1533A, City Hall Fountain Restoration and Modernization with ARC Construction Incorporated. Finding of CEQA exemption. And item 5 is acceptance of a donation to the Library Services Department in the amount of $30,000 from the Friends of the Burbank Public Library and amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I make a motion. However, I see the Vice Mayor's hand is going up.
Just because this item, number 4, is so important to the community,
Yes.
the fountain, I would just love just a very, very brief update from our Public Works Director about how awesome this is for us.
I was actually going to give him a shout out and saying, yes, Mr. Berkman, finally we have this. So thank you.
You heard the ask, though, specifically how awesome it is.
Yes. Yeah.
Honorable Mayor, council members, this is probably the most awesome project in Burbank's history. No, but in all seriousness, there has been a lot of work that has been done to get us to this point where we're awarding a contract. Really started when the drought emergency occurred in 22, and to kind of summarize it in May 23, with Burbank Water and Power, a new recycled water line was placed in 3rd Street, so we can water non-functional turf, and all our fountains, which people have saw are off because they're on domestic water. They had to be converted to recycled water. So you look at a fountain, and it looks pretty simple at the surface, but I know I speak for public works directors all across the nation that there is not a more maintenance, bigger maintenance burden per kind of square foot or per cost than fountains, but it is beautiful and it is part of the fabric of our city. So we're happy to bring this to you. Design was completed last fiscal year. We said we'd be constructing this in the current fiscal year, so we are likely going to miss that June 30th, but we're looking with our escalations that you've seen in the report and with this quality contractor and some behind-the-scenes work to get a very complex vault designed and ordered in advance. We're looking at July 31st to have our beautiful fountain running again. So fingers crossed, without any unforeseen conditions, underground. There's a lot of work to go, but that's what we're shooting for. So we're really excited to bring that to the community for you.
And if I could add, we will be doing some sort of celebration ceremony.
Great.
So just FYI.
Wonderful.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
so
Berkman.
much. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for letting me ask that.
All right.
So we have a motion, but no second yet.
I'll second.
Okay.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Ready for a vote?
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, the consent calendar passes 5-0. This is the time and place for the public hearing of the Burbank Housing Authority to consider the Public Housing Agency 5-year plan for fiscal years 2025 to 2030, annual plan for fiscal year 2025 to 2026, and proposed amendments to the Housing Authority Administrative Plan. If you wish to comment on this item in person, please present a Salmon Public Hearing card to the city clerk. And if you wish to speak over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. You will be placed in a queue until the public hearing comment period begins. Before we begin, are there any disclosures from council related to this hearing?
No.
Seeing none, hearing none. Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
Wonderful. And now, do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
You do.
Great. And has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
We did not receive any written correspondences.
Thank you. And finally, will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize this matter for us? Welcome.
Thank you. Is this on? It's on. Here we go. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Odette Ivazian, Housing Specialist, and I'm before you this evening to present to you the Burbank Housing Authority's draft 5-year plan for fiscal years 2025-2030, the draft annual plan for fiscal years 25-26, and proposed updates to the Section 8 Program Administrative Plan. These are required documents from the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, that discusses the mission of the Housing Authority and the goals for achieving its mission in the next 5 years. The purpose of this presentation is to present the documents and information required by HUD for the Burbank Housing Authority to continue to receive funding for the Section 8 Rental Assistance Program. My apologies. The goal of the program is to assist the most needy and vulnerable households in the city who, if not for this rent subsidy, would be at risk of becoming homeless. Program participants utilize the Section 8 rent subsidy to lease a unit in the private market and pay only a portion of the contract rent with their household income, making the unit affordable. The Section 8 program meets the City Council goal of providing affordable housing in the community. I'll discuss Council goals and objectives more in the next slide. At the end of my presentation, I will conclude with an update on estimated funding and next steps. First, a brief overview of the Housing Authority. The mission of the Burbank Housing Authority is working together for a safe, beautiful, and thriving community. The goals and objectives outlined in these documents continue to meet the requirements of the Section 8 program tailored to the Burbank community within funding allocations provided each year. HUD requires housing authorities to develop a 5-year plan, an annual plan, and an administrative plan. These documents outline the mission of the city and housing authority and the goals for achieving its mission in the upcoming year. Each document is explained in more detail in the next couple of slides. In order to continue to receive funds, the Housing Authority must submit a 5-year plan that describes the mission, goals, and objectives for the next 5 years. These goals and objectives include expanding the supply of assisted housing, maintaining the quality of assisted housing, promoting self-sufficiency of families and individuals, continue to distribute information on housing opportunities through the City of Burbank, and communicating updates regarding new city and state laws to landlord and tenants. The annual plan will provide updates, if any, to the 5-year plan goals and objectives. In the last 5 years, the Burbank Housing Authority has assisted 850 to 1,000 extremely low and very low income households. Some of the highlights of the 2020-2025 5-year plan include receiving 15 Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing VASH vouchers, 20 Permanent Supportive Housing PSH vouchers, and 13 additional Housing Choice vouchers through the Consolidated Appropriation Act of 2022. Additionally, the BHA received 67 emergency housing vouchers, implemented project-based vouchers in their administrative plan, and continued efforts to educate landlords and Section 8 participants on housing quality standards. The BHA also maintained the Family Self-Sufficiency Program and distributed housing opportunity information to Burbank residents while keeping landlords and tenants informed about new city and state laws. HUD also requires housing authorities to submit revisions to the administrative plan as needed, which outlines local policies and procedures for program administration in compliance with regulations. This year's primary proposed changes include updates required by the Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act, known as HOPMA, of 2016, the addition of a new chapter on foster youth to independence, FYI, and the implementation of small area fair market rents, SAFMRs. Staff is proposing updates to the administrative plan in order to comply with HUD regulations and requirements. One of the key updates comes from Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act of 2016, which introduced important amendments that make significant changes to income calculation, net family assets, and income reviews, all designed to enhance the efficiency and fairness of housing assistance programs. As a result, the Burbank Housing Authority's administrative plan has been updated to ensure compliance with these crucial HOPMA provisions. It's also important to note that additional provisions will be addressed at a later date as per guidance from HUD. Highlighted this evening is staff's proposal of one local policy change related to new special use vouchers. The Burbank Housing Authority is proposing to implement foster youth to independent vouchers under the category of special purpose vouchers. The purpose of implementing foster youth to independence vouchers is to provide support to youth transitioning out of foster care and helping those who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. Through a partnership with housing authorities and public child welfare agencies, the program offers rental assistance for up to 36 months to eligible youth aged 18 to 24 with a history in foster care. In addition to housing support, the youth will be provided with life skills such as career counseling and educational guidance, including access to workforce development programs and the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, which can extend assistance for up to 24 months. The foster youth to independence vouchers will not affect the current HCV allocation of 1,042 vouchers. The final major change highlighted this evening is the implementation of small area fair market rents. Small area fair market rents are calculated at the zip code level and are designed to help families access housing in higher opportunity, low poverty areas by offering rental assistance that aligns with local market conditions. These new standards apply to all tenant-based vouchers, including special programs like HUD-VASH. The implementation of small area FMRs provide greater flexibility in meeting the diverse needs of participants while ensuring broader housing opportunities across the Burbank Housing Authority's jurisdiction. The proposed program documents were presented as required to the Resident Advisory Board made up of current tenants on the program. A public meeting was held on February 18th. The meeting was advertised on the city's website, published in the Los Angeles Times, and 950 postcards were mailed in English, Spanish, and Armenian. The Resident Advisory Board did not have any questions, comments, or changes to the documents. Furthermore, no comments have been received on the draft documents that have been posted on the city website, available on the first floor of the Community Services Building. The Burbank Housing Authority has not yet received the final program budget for housing assistance payments for fiscal years 2025-2026. However, based on last year's expenses, staff is budgeting for an estimate total of $13.4 million to administer the program. This includes an additional amount awarded to the Burbank Housing Authority to cover expenses. With this level of funding, it is expected that Burbank will fund all current 866 voucher holders on the program. Staff will continue to closely monitor voucher utilization, turnover, and funding. Staff will also continue to advocate for more vouchers. If approved this evening, the 5-year plan, annual plan, and updated administrative plan will be submitted to HUD by the deadline of April 17th to continue to receive federal funding. This concludes staff's presentation. I, as well as my team, are very happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Alrighty. We will now open, I know, but I have to read the script. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council on this public hearing item only. The public hearing, public comment period is now beginning, and no additional cards or calls will be accepted. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment cards?
We do not.
Okay, do we have any callers?
No callers.
Thank you. There being no public comment cards or callers for the public hearing, we have completed the public comment period. And we will now move on to staff, we'll now move on to council questions. Sorry, the script for the public hearing is a little different, a little more formal. Do my colleagues have any questions? We'll go Councilmember Anthony and then Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you for the presentation, the update. I wanted to dive into the big legislative change on foster youth. If I could ask, this is coming from HUD directly or the Social Security Act, or I'm not sure how this, why is this new to us this year?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. Maribel Leland, Housing Authority Manager. As Ms. Ivazian mentioned during the presentation, per the Council's direction and the opportunities to expand housing vouchers, housing options for our community members, staff is continuously looking for other vouchers that we could apply to. So this is an opportunity that came through an appropriation in 2023. And so in discussions with local housing authorities, Odette Ivazian and her team have attended several meetings, traveled to Sacramento with a local organization of all the communities, housing authorities in the state. So we're continuously looking for these opportunities. So this looked to be the appropriate time. We don't have this type of voucher program yet. As a matter of fact, the mayor, if I may ask, made an introduction about a year ago. So we've been looking to this and really are excited to implement a new special voucher to assist this demographic of the community we have yet to serve.
The 2023 appropriation, was that us giving you guys money?
Pardon me, that's the federal appropriation. The federal appropriation of 2023 did a specific amount of money for this program. And so there's a continuing...
Through HUD?
Through HUD, correct.
I see. And so they
Correct.
allowed jurisdictions to apply for it?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Okay, this wasn't something our representative had to fight for and get to us. It's nationwide and...
Correct, it's nationwide, yes.
Okay.
So as we're looking at those appropriations, funds are still available. That information has been shared with our team as we explore and attend these meetings and collaborate. We've made the suggested edits to the administrative plan in order to now apply to these special use vouchers.
Okay, all right. I guess it's up to our mayor to do the work and get it for us.
Well, just to further answer that, and I'm lucky I have a special interest there as a social worker, knowing folks in this field. I did connect with some of our Valley nonprofits who asked for a meeting and were excited to have a social worker in the seat. And this was a couple of years ago. So I do applaud staff for hearing them out and following up and continuing that process. There's a lot of special vouchers that you can get throughout HUD for different populations, and you as a city have to think, do we have the capacity for this? Is this a population that we can cater to? Perhaps if you're thinking of, trying to think, maybe if you're a giant metropolitan city, are you going to cater to seniors with disabilities? Are you the right fit, right? And these youth housing vouchers we have seen in the last few years, because this is a rather new program, that they are very sustainable. It's transitional age youth, TAY for short. So a lot of TAY folks are really able to get back on their feet, and they're showing high success rates.
That's 18 to 24 is what I'm reading here? Okay.
So those are foster youth who have come out of the system, who have now reached that point where they're at this awkward transitional age, right? At 18, you're not exactly solvent. A lot of us, let's be real, still rely on our parents for support, healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. And these foster youth were really struggling with that transition into housing. So programs like this have come up to really recognize that population. But when helped, when provided these specific vouchers, we saw really good success rates, high sustainability for themselves passing through the program. And some of the staff from HUD, some of the staff from these Valley nonprofits came to talk to us. And Simone and I, actually shout out to Simone, who's not here today, but, oh, there she is. Never mind. I didn't see you down there. Yeah, Simone and I met with them, and I know the conversation moved towards Marymount, moved towards further staff down the road, and so I really appreciate you all taking that on, hearing them out, and seeing that it was beneficial for our city. So kudos to them for following up on the work. Thank you all, and hopefully I'll run into some more opportunities that'll be good for us to offer here in Burbank. I think it's a win-win for us and for transitional age youth. Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you for that. I have a quick question regarding the, on slide 5, 67 allocated emergency housing voucher. If you can just explain to us what is the emergency housing voucher, when do we use it, and the number 67, is that high, low compared to what we've had in the past?
Thank you for the question, Council Mayor Mullins. The 67 emergency housing vouchers were allocated to the Burbank Housing Authority during COVID, and it was targeted for the homeless population. And Burbank Housing Authority was allocated the 67 vouchers, and of the 67, all vouchers have been issued, and currently we have 56 housed that are on the program. And so it's been a very successful program for that homeless population that was targeted for.
Thank you, but since we're post-COVID, and is that something that we're going to continue have? And who would we use it for, since we no longer thankfully have COVID?
The program was designed for 10 years, and so it's supposed to expire in 2035. We have received notice from HUD that they will be allocating funding to the housing authorities. They're stating that it's a final allocation, and it should pretty much have housing authorities assist families up to 2026, but there is going to be further guidance that we are going to be receiving from HUD. So right now we're at a standstill, waiting to receive more guidance. But as far as for the Burbank Housing Authority, we continue to work with HUD and the EHV team, and they do provide us funding every month for this program.
Thank you. My other question is, and that always seemed to come up from individuals who are seeking Section 8 housing. I know you have on the report 866 currently. When do we actually open up the program to accept additional? Because it's all funding. So I always get asked, when are you guys going to open the program? Why can't you have the program? And how do you explain to somebody on camera it's all about funding? And when do we anticipate to open if we're going to get any additional funding?
Thank you so much for that question, Councilmember Mullins. The Burbank Housing Authority, the last time we had an opening, the last time we pulled applicants from the waiting list was in 2023 of October. We pulled 100 applicants, and from the 100, we contracted 31 of those applicants, meaning they received their vouchers and they are now housed. In 2024, the Burbank Housing Authority was notified by HUD that we are considered what is called a shortfall, meaning we do not have sufficient funding. And so therefore, we were advised to stop issuing vouchers, and so right now what we're doing is we're working with the technical assistance team with HUD to give us further guidance as to how we are going to maintain assisting the current 866 that are on the program. We want to make sure that they are still housed and on the program, and HUD is continuously looking at our expenditures, and if needed, they are funding the Housing Authority with additional funding.
If I may add to that question, thank you, Ms. Ivazian. So one of the things, to answer an additional information, the last time the waiting list was opened was in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. And so the administrative plan does have information as to when the waiting list opens. There's a guideline and a threshold. So we still have, I want to say, 2,000 to 3,000 applicants on the waiting list, applications on the waiting list. So we still haven't met the threshold to open again. However, as Ms. Ivazian was mentioning, currently, right now, because of the high housing cost, and we want to make sure that the subsidy to the households is affordable to them, we are working with very tight amount of funds and rental subsidy so our households are able to afford their rent. So we're really working very closely with HUD to make sure that the households that we do currently serve, which are many seniors, single households, the special use vouchers Ms. Odette Ivazian spoke about. So we monitor that regularly. I just wanted to mention to the council, this term of shortfall means HUD's giving us more money, which is a good thing. So they're reviewing our expenses. They know what we need. They're looking to see what we need in our community, and they're providing that funding to us. All that said, at the same time, we have to be very cautious in making sure the funding we're receiving is paying our expenses, and we have to monitor that closely. So I did want to add, if I may segue to the vouchers for the foster youth, that was the reason we have to add on to what the mayor was saying earlier, we have to look at these funding opportunities very closely to make sure the funding is available, there's our administrative fees, and we have the ability to continue those voucher programs. So we have to gauge it very closely with everything that we're utilizing, that we receive from HUD.
Thank you for that explanation. My last question regarding the opening and when someone can apply, are they still able to apply even though we don't have it open, so somebody can come into the city and put their name on a waiting list, or basically we wait till we fulfill the 2,000 waiting already? How does that work?
Thank you for the question. So currently, no, the waiting list is closed, and unfortunately, interested individuals, are not able to apply for the program at this time. When and if we do have, when we've reached, oh my Lord, I believe it's about 700 applicants on the waiting list. If we've served all the folks on the resident list and we're left with 700, I believe, applicants, then we would then have to open our waiting list. So, but right now, currently we have a total of 25,877 applicants, of which we give preference to those that have the residency preference, and that's about 3,019 applicants at this time.
All right, these numbers, I mean, that explains why.
It takes a while.
It takes a while, and, typically we hear about, cities not giving me the money, how do I get my name? My neighbor has it, how come I don't have it? It is a little complicated because it's not as simple as just apply and we have all the vouchers to give out. So I appreciate you explaining this. Hopefully some of the public is listening to it and it helps them answer some of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins. And just to that point, because I hear you, we constantly get emails or we hear from the public, how can I get on the Section 8 wait list? It's a really popular and well-known program. I would just encourage anybody that's listening, you've heard the numbers. It's not looking great for you to get on there anytime soon, but there's a lot of other housing programs. There are different organizations, Home Again LA, who you can go to, especially here in Burbank, who can offer myriad of programs. Additionally, if you call our housing office, they can point you in the right direction because you may qualify for something out there that you don't know. Section 8 is not the end-all be-all, especially here in California. There's a lot of closed wait lists. It's not just us here in the city, to that point of California housing. It's not just us. So thank you all for working to be also very responsible with our dollars. I know Councilman Rosati had one question, and then I'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Just real quick, on the specialty vouchers for the foster youth and the veterans, how do we get the word out that we have these available?
We will be advertising and opening specifically only for the foster youth vouchers. We are working with the Department of Families, Department of
DCFS.
Child Family Services. Thank you. And so DCFS will be providing us with a list of potential applicants, and once we receive that list, it's a process that we have to go through. Once we receive that list, we can then apply, and then we can then open the waiting list for the potential voucher recipients.
And the veterans?
The FYI is different from the VASH. The VASH program, the VASH program, we receive those applications from the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles. So they work with that housing authority. Once they get their voucher, they then port, meaning they transfer their file to the Burbank Housing Authority.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
And one more quick note on the foster youth process. One of the cool things is DCFS, the Department of Children and Family Services, will do their best to look at foster youth who are either currently in Burbank or who have been displaced out of Burbank, who were residents in the past and who grew up here, whatever it might be. So that's a really cool feature of that program. Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Thank you. Just a couple follow-up questions. And again, for the foster youth, and apologies if this was already asked when I was stepped away, but these vouchers are above and beyond our 866 vouchers. They're a separate pool of vouchers.
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor Takahashi. Yes.
Okay.
To answer your question.
And we know how many we have for the foster youth?
We will be applying for 5. We want to start with 5, see how the process goes. If everything runs smoothly, we will definitely be applying for more. And then we also have to see how the federal administration, what they're going to be doing. So right now our goal is 5, and then hopefully work our way up.
Great. And if someone applies for this program in Burbank, do they have to use the voucher in Burbank as well? Or can they use it in a different city?
They could use it at a different city as well.
Okay. And is that true if they apply in a different city? Can they then use their voucher in Burbank? Just curiosity of how that system works.
They should have the same portability rights.
Okay.
And so once they do receive that voucher, they should be able to port to our jurisdiction, meaning transfer their file to our jurisdiction.
Got it. Okay. And then can an individual apply for more than one jurisdiction on the Section 8?
I would invite one of my staff members to help answer that question. Mr. Mendoza?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and Vice Mayor. Thank you for your question. To answer your question, they can apply through DCFS, and then DCFS will prioritize them based on where they have previously lived, currently lived. We actually have in our MOU draft with them that they will be prioritizing Burbank residents or individuals that are currently working in Burbank. So they do have the opportunity to be in multiple cities, and then DCFS will narrow it down to either Burbank or a partnering city.
Okay, great. And if this is a complicated system, there's multiple factors in it. So if anyone has any questions, they can contact you, the housing department in Burbank, and you'll walk them through what they're eligible for, what the timelines are, if they are eligible maybe to apply at another city, that kind of thing.
Definitely. They're more than welcome to contact our office. Alejandro Mendoza is actually the lead caseworker that is working on the foster youth vouchers.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions, comments? No. Just thank you all for the work on this. It's exciting to see another great year of the Housing Authority report, especially with balancing increasing costs. I know you're all doing your best to make sure we're using the voucher money, because we don't get voucher numbers, we get voucher money wisely. So thank you all. Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
You have to read it.
Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to read it, but you made the motion, okay. I make a motion to adopt a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Burbank approving, 1 is the Public Housing Agency 5-year plan for fiscal year 25 2030, and annual plan for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. 2, updates to the Section 8 administrative plan, and 3, authorizing the executive director to execute the certification required by United States Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Second.
All right, we have motion by Mullins, second by Rosati. Let's take a vote. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all for a presentation. All right, I now declare the public hearing closed, and the council will now I now declare the public hearing closed. We're done. We have 2 reports to council this evening. After staff's presentation, the city council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as the speaker has not spoken on this item during the first period of public comment, general public comment. Please be sure to submit your comment cards now, and no additional cards will be accepted once the comment period has begun. Our first report to council this evening is a first step report to review the city council expectations of board, commission, and committee members. I welcome Madam City Clerk Kimberly Clark to present the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Perez, members of the City Council, Kimberly Clark, City Clerk. I will be presenting item number 7, first step report to review City Council expectations of board, commission, and committee members. Tonight, the council is being asked to either note and file or provide direction on proposed changes to the City Council expectations of board, commission, and committee members document. At the February 4th, 2025 council meeting, suggestions were made by both council and staff to strengthen the council expectations document, including a suggestion by Councilmember Anthony to add dress code language and a directive to staff regarding disruptive behavior. At the March 11th, 2025 council meeting, Councilmember Mullins requested a review and potential update of the council expectations concerning speaking time and regulation of public comments by board, commission, and committee members. The proposed changes to the council expectation document include dress code guidance, expectations related to agenda topics aligning with council goals, guidance for BCC members on how to provide non-agenda comments in alignment with the Brown Act, and expectations of staff relating to conveying council goals to BCCs. Council may also wish to establish consistent time limits for public comments across all BCCs. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Before we go to any questions, we seem to have one public comment card. Is that correct? Okay. We have one comment card. David Donahue, you are up. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, council members, and talented staff, David Donahue, business owner, homeowner. Rumor has it that I've been to 1 or 2 board and commission meetings, just a couple. And some of them are darn entertaining because they get lively. One of them was kind of memorable. It was a Transportation Commission meeting. It was a little while ago, and Councilmember Anthony came because I think it was after a organized rally outside of City Hall that I did as president of Vision Burbank. And it was noted on multiple, I think it was covered by every news station in Southern California. And an individual who's currently serving on the Transportation Commission introduced and identified himself as a member of the Transportation Commission. Well, I had a lot of respect for Councilmember Anthony, and you may not remember what you did, but you came to the Transportation Commission and you admonished the people for grabbing that title and appearing to represent the city to the news stations. And you said it's a privilege to serve, an honor to serve, and you have a duty that you have to follow. So there's one check mark in your box from me to you. I only have a minute 33. So one of the things I'm sensitive about and concerned about is I'm following the multiple issues that the transportation and other commissions are following, and is when these individuals who have run for city council put themselves in front of a reporter, from the Burbank Leader as an example, Mr. Gavin Quinton, and someone is identifying themselves as a member of a city, the City of Burbank Commissioner or Board. And I think that that's wrong, because again, it says that they as an expert being quoted in the paper, sometimes on the front page, I think they need to have some very clear delineation, just as they do when they come to this lectern and they speak to this dais and this body. I am a commissioner, but I'm here as an individual. Why does the city council not have that requirement in the boards and the commission's rules and regulations? Says if you're going to be quoted on TV, or if you can be quoted in a newspaper, you have to have some sort of an exemption. And I would even ask Mr. Quinton just don't do it unless they say you can and you have approval to do it. It lends the message that they're sharing with the public a lot of weight and gravity, and I understand that's probably one of the items that you're going to be discussing. Also, time limits I think is great. Having some sort of structure that the boards and commissions can understand and follow would be a really great idea. Thank you very much and have a great night.
Thank you for your comment. All right, there being no more public comment, we are now closing the public comment period and moving on to council member questions. Does anybody have any questions or would like to start? Councilor Mullins.
Well, I don't have specific questions, but I do have, given that I had requested this item to come back because of concerns seeing in some of our board and commissions and committee meetings, that brought us really to today's meeting to further discuss our council expectations, which are found in our boards, commissions, and committees handbook. Thank you. I'm going to steal this from you, and I'm going to put it out here. So, if council want to indulge me, I'm happy to talk about some of these issues or talk about some recommendation, unless you have questions, specific questions to the city clerk.
Well, does anybody have any questions for city clerk or staff? Councilmember Anthony.
I have a question, and this relates to what the public speaker mentioned. So if we go into the staff report, we have the actual pages here that we're not redlining, we're adding red language. On the second page, I wanted to bring up, so we have a new red item at the top, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 black bullet points. The third black bullet point down says, speak only for yourself, not for other members, especially if approached by the media. Best practice is to direct any media inquiries to the board, commission, or committee's staff liaison. I wanted to ask staff, maybe even the city attorney, I know we put that in there sort of to address what the public speaker was saying. I mean, is it all right if we can dig into that phrase and maybe even clarify that a little bit more? I don't know how much we would be clarifying that would be either pushing back on individuals' First Amendment rights, but I wanted to maybe put in some encouraging words about best practices.
I have a recommendation, okay?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So,
great.
Fair enough.
Councilmember Mullins.
Madam Mayor, thank you, Councilmember Anthony, because in looking at each one of these expectations, I do say understand the word yes, what it means from the city attorney, and also, but what you're saying, because the members do have the right to speak individually on how they feel about council approving, whether it was unanimously or by a certain vote. They do have the right, obviously, to express their own opinion, and that is something the city attorney always even tells us that we can express it as long as we're saying we are not, council member, or I'm not here speaking as a commissioner. However, there's, I think, to address maybe, and the city attorney can help us out, this particular issue, when somebody is quoted in the paper, for example, or on social media saying, commissioner or board member, and they are not identifying themselves as such, I would like to add language that says, additionally to that same statement where it says speak only for yourself and not for other members, especially if approached by media. The best practice is to direct any media inquiries to the board, commission, and committee staff liaison. I wish they did that, but in most cases, they take it upon themselves to speak. I'd like to add in there, additionally, members are responsible for correcting any media or social media information that incorrectly refers to their official position on the BCC. So, for example, what Mr. Donahue was referring to, and this is not, picking on one or two individuals, but if in fact that someone, the paper decided to use someone's title and they didn't give him permission, I think it's a responsibility for that board member to contact the paper, especially if it's done once, twice, or 3 times, and identify, I am actually speaking on my behalf as an individual, not on behalf of the commission. The reason for it is they are an extension body of what council votes on. So we, as a council, we take position on different agenda items. And as an individual, they can disagree with our votes. They have the right to do it. They don't have to. And we've had members to come here and tell us they don't agree as an individual. However, I would not want a commission as a body to go against what council goals and the votes that we have taken as a body to say all of us are opposing to the vote that you just took because they are liaisons representing us. So I don't know, Mr. City Attorney.
Madam Mayor, can I clarify my single word answer?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm going to pose a hypothetical, which I know I previously told Councilmember Rosati I wouldn't entertain. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, one of your appointees appears in downtown LA dressed like a Minuteman with a poster that says, repeal the Second Amendment. Right? And there's no quote. There's just a very colorful image of one of your appointees dressed like a Minuteman with this poster that says, repeal the Second Amendment. And the article says, so-and-so, who is a police commissioner, right? And it sounds kind of provocative, does it have anything to do with... it may be hard to put the burden on that commissioner when they're out in public to have to go correct what is actually factual, so that the news media may not have to retract it because it's not incorrect, and it is a title that you gave them when you appointed them. And so it makes it kind of difficult to have an expectation. It could be that my Burbank knows who individual is, and they simply say, so-and-so, who's on the Transportation Commission. And they may not have even talked to them, they just saw them marching. And so it creates a problem where I could see correcting something that's false, which could actually be libelous or defamatory, where a media outlet may need to print a retraction, versus something that is accurate and doesn't actually need to be corrected. And in this town with 20 commissions, some of them have served for decades. Some of them at times have been formal council members. They may have their title attributed to them without ever even speaking. And so I only say that because it could be an expectation of the commissioner, but they may not have even said anything, and it kind of creates, the question is, what can they control?
And I agree with you about what you said. I'm not looking for retraction because I don't think we really expect that the paper is going to reprint the article or make that correction. But I think if it's repeatedly happening, at what point do we expect a commissioner or a board member to make that correction for future printing? I'm absolutely saying, yeah, we cannot retract, but future events happening or future different event that's happening.
So again, a wild hypothetical. If the same commissioner were to show up at a comedy fundraiser and be quoted in the media, having never talked to the media, and their title attributed to them, it may have even been a private event, and nevertheless, it makes the media and brings attention to the city. So again, I'm just trying to find an expectation that they know how to meet the council's expectation.
Councilmember Mullins, if I could, I think trying to put the onus on a commissioner after the fact is going to be too tough. I think what I was trying to get at when I was talking about that specific item is for the actions that the commissioner does on their own. And I think if we strengthen that language in the moment, something to the effect of shall not use title for, purposes of personal gain or whatever we can put in there, I think that sort of covers it. That's where I feel it would be more.
I think our city manager might have a suggestion.
Okay, I'll offer a suggestion if you're going down that route. So I saw some nodding heads, but if you want to kind of, I don't want to say copy, but go similar to what you have in your code of conduct, one of the sentences you have is, when presenting their individual opinion and positions, members shall explicitly state that they are presenting on their own behalf and not representing the city of Burbank or city council.
100%.
Yeah,
Thank you, because that was my second, in addition to already clarifying what Mr. Donahue talked about. That was my second. Thank you, Mr. No, it's okay. It's all right. It sounds better.
That's what we
coming
pay you
from
the big bucks for.
Right? It sounds better because that's what I have written. Is there two areas. One is them identifying in advance that I'm here on behalf of myself, not on behalf of the commission. And they do this here very, at the council meeting. I think what we don't see it happen is out when there's media or crowd and they don't typically, or some of them may, I shouldn't group everybody together, may not identify, they just go with the flow. So I do agree with you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you for saying it, because there's two areas, the one that's already done and the one that needs to be in advance of doing it.
Oh, I have to just there, or even speaking one-on-one, quite frankly, the city manager just quoted ours, which is very clear. It's crystal clear. It even has an example of the diction you should use, which is, I am not in my professional capacity, all of that. Not to criticize, but I feel like the speak only for yourself, it's very vague. Mm-hmm. I'd rather have them who have less experience in service than we do, who have kind of lower stakes, and this is not their daily bread, right? I'd rather have clear, specific language for them. Or even here where it says best practice is to direct any media inquiries to the board. I mean, that says best practice. That almost sounds like we strongly suggest, which is not the case. We are asking them to do this. Mm-hmm. So I think having what we have in there for ourselves, which is explicitly clear, mm-hmm. would be much better.
I would just say change it from not represent the city or the city council to not represent the city or their board or commission.
Yes, and I think good point, Madam Mayor, is we as council members know in the event of a situation that has occurred and we're in the paper, the media contacts all of us immediately. They want our statement. The first thing we do is we contact the PIO office, we contact the city manager, city attorney, and they say they're issuing a statement. And I think maybe strengthen that language to say contact your staff liaison in the event that they want an official statement as a commissioner, right? Not as an individual, because you can go say whatever you like to say as an individual, but as a commissioner, if they're posing their position on an item that has taken place, I think it's important that they contact immediately the staff liaison or even the PIO office. So we need to maybe add language to strengthen that a little bit.
Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Yeah, what to do if they get contacted by the media. Because, I have to say that having been on several commissions, that, most folks who are on the commissions, they don't know how to navigate this. This is new. They're not in the political sphere. They just want to help the community. They're not expecting to be, there's exceptions, right? But most folks not. So I don't want it to be such a strict, punitive thing that folks are scared to join the commissions because they're so worried about getting in trouble. But to be clear so that it helps them understand to know what to do. And if they make missteps, then we educate them and steer them back and remind them of what the rules are. And if somebody's purposefully not adhering to the rules, then we can, as a body, talk about it, just like we do when it happens on council itself, right? So I think that for me anyway, the main goal here for me is clarity and education for our commissioners so that when they first get started, it would be wonderful if they could just read it and just know, but also just to have it there so if they need some assistance.
And I am with you 100%. Back in the day when I was the city clerk, we held training yearly for all the boards and commissions along with the city attorney's office, and we went through, especially with the new onboarding process coming in July, a lot of new members come on board, or even existing members who are now going to become a chair, they don't really have the proper training. And part of my recommendation, and I hope that the council agrees with that, there are two type of things that really need to happen, along with the Brown Act training that the city attorney puts on every year. I think it's every year, Mr. City Attorney, correct? After new appointments?
1 to 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends.
It's very important that we also put on training for chair, effective August, so they're going to be appointed as a new chair, and then also for staff. I've attended a lot of different meetings, and staff, we need to give them that authority and power to be able to stop things when they're happening or direct the chair, here's what you need to be doing, because they don't all have the privilege of having a city attorney sitting in the room or even, one of the attorneys in the room. So I think it's really important that we provide the training for the chair, how to conduct themselves in the meeting. And in the expectation, it does talk about that they have to go through the chair to address the rest of the commission. And a lot of times I've seen them just speak without going through the chair like we do through the mayor. So I think that gives structure to how the meetings are conducted.
Well, sometimes some of y'all jump into, I'm not going to look at anybody, but.
Well, we can always take
Add
care
to
of
that.
him. That's not a
I
problem.
agree 100% with everything you said. And I would also like to add training for the vice chair too, because sometimes the vice chair has to jump in
Absolutely.
for the chair. And also
Yes.
it helps them if we get two trainings, one when they became vice chair and then once when became chair, then
Yes.
then they had two.
And that's, I think the training should be open for them along with the staff, and then the Brown Act should be for everyone on the board and commission.
Look at the vice mayor speaking up for the vice chairs. Councilmember Rosati.
I do want to reiterate, I think we need to empower our staff. I was shocked at a couple of the meetings that I've been to. Coming from the planning board, we're pretty buttoned up. I was shocked at the way that meetings were run, and I think we need to empower staff to be able to stop the meeting and get it back on track.
I completely agree with that. And I don't know, that would be for the city manager, if you can, I mean, how would we go by doing that, or what options do we have to give him that authority?
I think just noting that,
Okay.
all of you in this situation is good for me. I could pass that down as far as, hey, they need to comply with these expectations. We're trying to run good, efficient, effective meetings, so we want them to be productive. So there's kind of a weird power dynamic there with staff and appointments from council, who's their boss's boss. So you just talking about it helps us. We don't want to be having to do this, but when we do, we want that empowerment from you all to be able to act on that. So I like that idea. We will pursue both chair and vice chair training as well. I think it's kind of inconsistent as far as kind of how we do it. I think some departments do it well, some of the boards and commissions don't. And then also we'll look at staff training, as we know there's been turnover.
Can we add that language here to that second bullet point, just because?
I'd love it if you could.
Yeah,
I don't have the wordsmithing, but if you do
Where
it,
it says that
I'm all for it.
the chair should work with city staff. Again, we're going back into should, the chair will work with city staff on training on how to run the meetings and agenda topics that align with the board, commissions, and committees. I just think, again, and I said this to our city manager when I was looking at this the first time, we all receive this, right? But I think most of us have been the chair of a commission at this point. When you first sign this, it is maybe a few years before you become the chair. Are you going to remember that, oh yeah, I need to do the training? No, I think our city staff, that's where they come in. They have to tell you, like, hey, now you're the chair.
Yes.
This is the training. This is what you can do. This is what you can't do. This is what you should do if somebody jumps in. And the only other thing I'll add, and I'll go to you, Councilor Rosati. The only other thing I will add, and I think Vice Mayor Takahashi and I were both in the room when this happened, it would also be great if, when there is a situation that maybe the commission, a legal situation that the commission has not come into contact with, we could have the city attorney's office give them a heads up. For example, I'll mention a very specific one. Sustainability was approached by the folks who were in litigation with the city for the tree situation. They, including staff, the commission and staff, were not really abreast of the situation. So when it came time, the folks were there on the microphone asking them, and we had to step in before commissioners could start giving their opinion and say very cleanly, just so you all know, this is active litigation with the city. Council has been advised not to publicly comment on this, and as representatives in this body, you should as well, right? Otherwise, staff was not sure what to do. The commissioners had no idea that this was even happening. So I think making sure we're catching those types of situations is really important too, because how would they know otherwise?
And I think this is an excellent point to discuss, because I think this is when this is the authority and the power we're giving staff, that they then need to step in and say, you can't speak about it because the city's in litigation. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your comment. And then let's go on. And I think this is the type of direction that perhaps city manager and the staff need to hear from us as appointing bodies of of all our boards and commissions, that this is something that we need to give them that power to say it.
And I'm looking at Joe's face. We're happy to do it if we're in the room, but what if we're not in the room? Or what if, we may not even know that litigation has started?
It's a challenge because we're not staffed to attend 20 boards and commissions each month. And the departments themselves, right? Some of the departments have 5 or 6 commissions, so they're spreading their staff out as well. So it's something we can definitely focus on. We don't do routine chairperson, vice chairperson, or staff liaison training, and oftentimes we don't know when they transition between staff. So that's something that we can certainly commit to do.
Yeah, and that could have really been like maybe a memo from the city. The same memo we received, right, could be sent to that liaison, just to say, hey, this is active litigation that's happening. Don't comment. And if they had that prior knowledge, then maybe they could share it. But I understand there's the shuffle. but even if we start trying to do that. Councilor Rosati.
I was just going to simply say, I think empowering staff will help the flow of the meeting. I think a lot of the meetings that I've attended, it affects the quality of the meeting. And I'm also hearing and seeing like other commission members, some dominate and others just check out. And I just don't think they're going to continue to serve if some of these meetings go on and on and on, and they're not even discussing what's in front of them. And what was shocking to me that they're not even discussing, they're talking about personal things that they have an agenda about and not necessarily what council's goals and objectives are. And I think we're going to lose people that might be quality commissioners because we're going off track. So I think the quality of the meeting is important. And again, staff is the only way, I think, to bring them back, because a city attorney's not at every single meeting.
And quite frankly, in many cases, that goes to the chair. Like, that's my job to reel you all in when maybe you're going on a... I know I make jokes about playing Oscar music when you're going on, but it really should be on the chair, and that's the training that we need.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor
Good
Takahashi.
point. You know, as having been a chair several times and also having been involved in nonprofits, it's a tough job to reel people in when they're going on and on. So I think empowering the chairs too. Part of the training is empowering the chairs to tell them that they can. It's okay for them to cut someone off, say it's their time, or just some polite diplomatic way. I also wanted to say that a few things. So when we look at staff training, that really emphasize that they're there with the knowledge of how the process is. Like, they're there with a kind of institutional knowledge of process, and that it's okay for them to step in as staff to say, this is the process, especially for our commissioners who may not know what the process is. So it's not even like they're enforcing or they're imposing, they're just saying, hey, this is the process. And we've actually seen that in sustainability a few times where staff has said that. And then I think it might be beneficial to encourage the staff liaison and the chair to have a meeting at the beginning of the year outside of the training, just to kind of, outside of the meeting, to just kind of work together on how they're going to work the meeting together, how they're going to manage the meeting together, who's going to defer to who, that kind of thing. So there's the training itself, but then there's also the staff and the chair working together. And in my experience, I'm fortunate that my liaisons have always been very good partners just naturally. But I can imagine if I didn't know what I was doing and the liaison wasn't informing me, that the only experience I would have would be in the room while in the middle of the group and not having any coordination. So not a requirement, but just to encourage them to do that. And then for the bodies that don't have legal representation on them, to maybe give the training for the staff liaison a little bit of boost on the legal process too, so that they may not be a lawyer, but they at least have a little bit more knowledge on the legal side, similarly to how we do in sustainability, so that they could at the very least say, this is something we need to bring to the legal department, and just know that, so they can speak.
Councilor Mullins.
I think it's also to add to that, Vice Mayor, the expectations that are being put before us, and after making the changes, those expectations need to be discussed during one of their meetings, especially the first meeting after we make the appointment every year as of August 1st. Those expectations need to be read. It should be on the agenda. Everybody's aware that it was discussed. It's in the minutes. So I've talked to some members who had no idea these expectations even existed, because they take the book when they, you board them, and 2 years later, who remembers what these expectations? So I think it's important that we add this. I do have, one of the board members I've talked to have actually asked an interesting question, and I want to bring it up to all of you to discuss it. As council has, we have our 11 o'clock time, if you will. We stop the meeting and ask the city manager if we can go on or not. They asked how come we don't do that for boards and commissions to avoid what Councilmember Rosati was talking about, which is the ongoing hijacking of the meeting by one or two individuals, and not having a time limit. actually smile at this form in front of us, but we do have time, okay, you are now taking more than 45 minutes on an item. We need to talk, we need to push it back. And I want to, I told that individual, I think it's a good idea. We need to bring it up because some individuals, and we've all gotten those resignation letters, I don't have the time and commitment to do it. When you have a meeting that lasts 3 to 4 hours, when it should be half an hour to 45 minutes, there's something wrong. So what if we ask each board and commission to put a time and see what that time is for them? Is that something that I'm looking to the city manager to see how you feel about that?
I would try to keep it simple to not have a bunch of individual times. I would just do an up to, 2 hours.
So let me ask.
2 hour check.
Let me just ask for clarification. Because right now, all of our boards and commissions have a start time.
Yes.
Are you saying we should have each board and commission have an end time?
I would say up to 2 hours of the meeting, then they need to check in with the chair or the staff member, just like we do here, because obviously it works for us. This avoids the ongoing hijacking of the meeting, if you will. And, I know the mayor says, yeah, I need to get everybody back in here, and this might help.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, the one thing I will say is, for starters, we got 15 minutes left on this item, y'all.
Yeah.
For followers, and I'm going by the little paper. For followers, I think that's a great point. And what's interesting right now is that we need that parity through our boards and commissions. I've actually seen some commissions do this where they say, oh, we're running out of time because they've allotted themselves a certain amount of time. But others will just, go on and on. So maybe that should be in the guidelines. Like,
I think staff would appreciate that. That helps us time management wise, work through agenda items and manage the agenda as well. So an up to 2 hours, I think would be a good experiment for us to try to make more efficient and effective meetings.
Okay. Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yeah, and I think it might vary a little from meeting to meeting. I think the planning board sometimes you think they might need a little bit extra time, because of their issues. So it might be from meeting to meeting, but absolutely most of them they know basically what time they need. And I've seen it done many times. I was on boards and commissions many times where we keep to time. And honestly, the staff has work to do. The people who are there don't have infinite time. So going into a meeting knowing, unlike this one many times, going into a meeting generally knowing when you're going to leave is much easier to manage emotionally and like energy-wise.
100%.
So, yeah.
100%.
And then, just because we're running out of time, I just wanted to pop in a couple of things that was mentioned that we don't miss. Is that I do actually think it's a good idea to have a standard amount of public comment time, because each commission has a different standard time, and I think having it the same as council makes sense. So 3 minutes across the board makes sense to me.
Wait, hold on a second.
So I would add council's rule.
Yes.
The tiered rule is actually healthy.
I like it.
We used that first, well, not exactly that, but we used it at Planning Commission, where there were at least 60 or 80 speakers on a very important matter. And oftentimes council and the board is loath to reduce people's time on a very important matter, right? But when you adopt a rule ahead of time, in that case, they had 60 people go 1 minute first, and then there were about 20 people that got their 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And at least it was a way to manage the time. But it's hard looking at all the people to tell, better than me.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're going to cut your time, right? Versus this automatic rule.
Yeah, it's already hard to do, and as a volunteer chair, it is very hard to do. So I agree, and if everyone's amenable to adopt the same across
if I
the
could
board.
ask, like right now, we don't have anything for any of the boards commissions.
They do it themselves. They
They just pick a time. They let people talk and talk and
And
talk.
some talk for 5 minutes and some talk for 2 minutes, so there's no consistency, and
Right.
that's what we're trying to establish.
And then some people come to the domestic violence task force and
And
talk
they
for 20
talk
minutes.
for 20
and some
minutes.
don't time,
Yes.
some time. Yeah, so having a pre-established standard, but also to your point, Mr. City Attorney, is that it allows the chair to lean on the standard and they don't have to, on the fly, have to stand up to 60 people.
And
which
I
is
think
tough to do.
following our council protocols for a council meeting, including like the end time and up to, that also gives some more consistency and structure to how each meeting is being run. So we all could see the same results out of these meetings.
Agreed.
Councilmember Rosati.
Were you finished, Councilmember Wallace? I did want to talk about future agenda items. I was also shocked to find out that one of the commissions had 40 items, and most of the items on the future agenda were personally driven. They weren't the goals and objectives of this council. They were outside of that, and that, to me, is just ridiculous. And it's just this, again, I think this is constant hijacking of that meeting and the commission, and they're not working on what we're asking them to work on. They're constantly working on all these personal issues. So I think we should talk about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosati, because I too, in those meetings have witnessed things that council has already voted on and unanimously voted on, being discussed at the meetings, and not just discussed, but also debate and opinions, and why are we doing this instead of that, where council's already taken action on it. So it's almost useless to have that dialogue because there's nothing going to change. Council already adopted and it's been implemented by staff. It was just brought to them for an update, if you will. But so what I wanted to definitely recommend is if council has already voted on an item, and something that we recently did unanimously, which was the downtown parking fees that we just adopted, and we had a lengthy dialogue about how much we should charge, and we've already done it. That whole dialogue took about an hour and a half during a meeting, and questioning why is it $1 to 8 instead of 0 to 8, and everything that we hashed at our meeting was already discussed as if it was coming to us as a recommendation. It was after the fact. It was mostly an update. So what I wanted to ask, if we can allow staff to say if things have already been approved and adopted by council and it's going to be implemented, then these items should not be brought up for discussion unless we're seeking their opinion.
Yeah, these should be note and files.
Exactly. And it should be a very brief presentation. This is what council voted on, effective July 1st. This is what they're doing. We're not seeking feedback unless we ask staff to come back in a year and give us an update. At that time, they can take it back to the commission and they can come to us and saying, here's what their recommendation, and this is what we want, is to get their feedback. So I think that saves time and eliminates having 40 items on a forecast agenda.
I do want to get back to the future agenda item. It should be, something should be put on the future agenda item from a board or commission that is somehow relevant to council goals and objectives, not just some random thing that you want to do.
So I'm going to go to Councilmember Anthony and then to Vice Mayor Takahashi, who are waiting to speak.
Just real quick, I wanted to go back one thing. When we empower staff, I think one of the main considerations is to give them clear guidelines on the Brown Act, because I think to be able to allow staff to say, hey, that's off topic, that is not on the agenda, I think is going to really help them. That gives them a legal framework. That way they're not trying to speculate on why they're trying to shut stuff down. In addition, it is perfectly reasonable for staff to turn to the chair and say, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, you can call for a vote, you can move discussion forward, especially if it's a back and forth. They're there to talk about the process. They can remind the chair to say, you're perfectly comfortable calling for a vote, you are the chair, you can run this thing. So like little stuff like that, so that they're not the bad guy. They can use the Brown Act as the bad guy. They can use the chair who was voted on by the body to be the bad guy, right? I think that is going to give staff a little bit more ease at doing that. If we have clear guidelines for our boards and commissions, if we've sent something to them, if we've asked for council goals, and something related comes up as an additional agenda item, I think that's perfectly reasonable for them to put on the list. If a board or commission member asks for something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, there needs to be a discussion from staff at that time to say, in the moment, whoever the liaison is or staff member, I'm not sure if that's in line with council goals. I'll have to get back to you. Like, there has to be some pushback, because like you said, 40 agenda items is ridiculous. And it's not this isn't their personal discussion workshop. And then clearly, when stuff goes to them for an update, that has to be a note and file. I mean, we've had note and files here where we've asked too many questions and Joe's like, okay, all right, too much. Like, we have to be able to really tamp that down. I think that kind of, those kinds of guidelines, those kinds of guardrails is really going to help us.
Okay, I think it's Vice Mayor Takahashi, and then I have Councilmember Rosati.
Yeah. Okay, so I have to, I understand that the direction that you all are going, and I have to say that I actually don't have a problem with whatever topic the commissions decide that they want to talk about. However, they only meet once a month for 2 hours. And if they're pontificating about something that is not changeable, it's not a good use of their time. Also, it gives them false hope that what they're talking about is going to change something. Okay. Each of these commissions has a purpose. It has a reason for existing. And so they could have 100 items on their agenda if they want. But I would hope that staff and the chair would look to see what is the highest priority to serve the purpose of that particular commission, given what they have going on. So I think that I'm looking at the language in the proposal, I think the language was in alignment with council goals and the commission. And I think what might be helpful is to have, instead of alignment, to say within the scope of the commission with a clear purpose. And then they can.
And if I could ask for clarification, would you want to put that language into a specific bullet point? Or are you looking for?
Yeah, it was one of the proposed ones. Let's check it out.
So is that, because there's a red line at the top of page 2.
Yeah.
That's sort of discussing
yes, that one.
Personal agenda items and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think,
it's the first one. It's the first red one. So that second bullet point that's red, the chair should work with city staff to ensure the agenda topics align. I would say are within the scope of the board, commission, and committee's mission and city council goals, and have a clear purpose. So every agenda item is brought in, and when it's brought in as an agenda item, the staff can say, well, what's the purpose of this item? Why do you want to talk about it? Is it because you are just curious? Or because whatever. Because I think there is value to getting a note and file. And then when the questions are asked and when the conversation is then afterwards being had, the purpose is clear. So then the chair can say, this is a really good question. However, the purpose here is just to learn about the material, and that's the purpose. So I think that would be helpful.
And just to add to that, we've seen that actually, you and I have seen that at work in sustainability. We've had staff ask, what is the purpose of this? And many times it's actually dwindled maybe an outshoot idea and help the commission understand, like, there's nothing you're going to, this is outside of your scope. It's kind of a gentle way of asking them to reel it in.
Yeah.
And Madam Mayor, if I want to add to this, what's happening today is the reason why we're discussing this, because they are not being told what's the purpose. And some of the members have said, well, I'm trying to educate myself. If somebody asks me a question, why did we do it? Then I want to educate myself. And there's a lot of different ways to educate yourself. One is to watch the council meeting where we discussed it for 5 hours. 2 is to read about it or read the minutes or find a way to educate yourself, because now you're you're taking something that council has already voted on to make it into an issue that is not an issue. So I like to add that once that council has taken a position and voted on an item, it should be considered a non-issue for future discussion unless the item is being brought back to council for review for future agenda item. This helped to streamline the process and focus on the forecast agenda of important items, like you were saying, that real issue pertaining directly to that board and commission. So I think we need to make sure that we're getting away from, I want to educate yourself. I've heard that over than once in a lot of boards and commissions I sit on. Well, I just want to know if somebody asks me. Well, it's great, but we can't spend 2 hours. I just want to know.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, I agree with you. That's not the mission of a commission, is for the commissioners to be educated for themselves. It's just not within the scope of their work. It's interesting, right? But the scope of their work is not that. So I'm a little bit nervous to be so specific as they can't bring back something that we've already decided on, because there may be a situation where that would be useful. For example, when we decided on, we keep bringing up sustainability, but I feel like there's a lot of examples
We're
there.
not picking on y'all.
I know. There was the example where we decided on funding for the sustainability, and then they had to figure out how to use it. So there's just some times when that might be useful. And I think that if somebody says, well, we want to bring up something that's already been decided by council, there has to be a purpose that's within the scope of that mission. I think if we put that in, and that's a broad enough category that allows for flexibility while also making it very clear that this is not just to, I'm use the word pontificate because it's the word of the night tonight, just not to pontificate about something, but to actually have a purpose. I love pontificating, as you know, but we only have 2 hours and it's only for, a certain amount of, for something to be done. I do not want our commissions to go back to what I felt when I was sometimes on them. Sometimes it felt like the commissions were just like a rubber stamped of like, we're just going to go and look through things and then, move it on. We wanted them to have a purpose. We want them to have a reason they're there to help us, to inform us, to give us information or to give us thoughts or to go through things maybe we wouldn't have thought of to prepare us for better doing our job. And that's their, to have that clear purpose is really important. And if they're just rehashing something just because they're interested, that's not within their scope. That's just my opinion.
Advise us?
Yes, I would love that, yes. Right.
And to that point, the only thing I will say on this topic, I agree with all of you on the changes and more aligning them in scope. At the end of the day, I do want our commissioners to know, and our boards and commissions, they are welcome to actually not agree with us. Maybe they're going to make a recommendation that we are just going to vote differently. At the end of the day, that their role is as an advisory board. They can tell us all day that they would like to see something. Maybe council has a reason for not going in that direction. We're grateful for their service and their advice, but at the end of the day, that's kind of the role. And that was to your point about expectations for them.
And Madam Mayor, I agree. I mean, this is what I said earlier. You don't have to agree with our decision. The one thing I want to say out loud, and hopefully some boards and commissions are watching, when council makes a decision, and I've said this to some boards and commissions, when council makes a decision, we are looking at the entire city and the impact on the entire city. And when boards and commissions make a decision, they're really focusing on their own specific duties and responsibilities, whether it's the police commission or the senior citizen transportation. They're focusing on one specific duty. So I try to explain that, yes, you may disagree with us because we took an action that you're not in favor of, but we are looking at the entire city and the impact on our entire city. We're looking at hundreds of emails, we're looking at studies, and so our decision is based on what is good for the overall of the entire city versus their focus on one of their duties. So I'm fine with having disagreement, but I'm not okay with thinking that they can overturn our decision just by giving staff some feedback how they are dissatisfied with what council has done.
And I think that goes back to Councilor Rosati's point about empowering staff. I think it's perfectly fine for a staff member to say at that point that has been voted on. This was just informational. I'm going to go to Councilmember Rosati and then Councilmember Anthony, and then note that we are a little bit over time,
Okay,
so
this
let's
is-
start wrapping it all up.
It's important conversation though, and just penalties. I witnessed a commissioner scream at a scary level at another commissioner. And I think right there, that person should have been taken out of the room. He should not have participated in that meeting at all. It was a very violent reaction. And the second thing, I've seen a commission member challenge a council member when the council member said, "You're not doing this right," and challenged the council member and challenged our city attorney. And you're wasting, again, you're wasting time. Right then, that commission members should be asked to leave. We'll educate you later, but we're not going to take up time so you can debate our city attorney and our council member on whether you're using the proper procedure. And again, these things to me are just eye-opening that they were actually happening. Because I've never seen, I've been a commission member, a board member for 12 years, and that's never, ever happened. And when I witnessed these things, I was like, there's something wrong here.
Is there something you want to put in
So I think there should be
here,
some
or-
penalties. I think if you scream or if you, attack another commission member, you should be removed immediately. You just can't do that in a public meeting. And two, if you're challenging staff, if you're challenging another council member, you should just be asked to leave, and we'll talk about it another time, but we're not going to have an hour debate because you don't think that, what's happening is correct.
So I'm hesitant to apply punishments in the moment. I do believe there should be some clear guidelines for repercussions afterwards. We're adding a line on page 2, that red line, violation of these expectations may result in a member's dismissal. I think I understand what you're saying. I think the more, because here's the thing. I've been in rooms where people get heated, and you may have a one-off, and, not saying that it's okay, but to be able to cool down and come back and apologize and all of that, if it's something that is highly offensive or repeated, I think at that point, we need to be able also to empower staff to be able to bring that to the city manager, to bring to council for removal. I mean, I can't remember the last time we've asked a commissioner to be removed for anything other than attendance. And I think putting in this line, violation of these expectations, I think that gives us a little bit more authority and gives staff a little bit more understanding that the stuff that you're talking about should absolutely come to the city manager, should come to us, and we bring them here and say, what happened? We have eyewitness accounts. We have it on video. We have it on audio. Talk us through this. If there's a heartfelt apology, if there's a thing where they reach out, it's the member. So, I think that is clear, but I'm hesitant to do something in the moment because at that point, now you're asking staff to enforce something based on their opinion, and it should be us. We should be making that decision.
Madam Mayor. So, under the procedures that the city has adopted for itself, it really is the chair's responsibility to run that meeting. I think it is, as I have done, I think it's certainly appropriate for staff to assist the chair by calling for a point of order. It often helps to have someone else say, Madam Mayor, point of order. The chairperson runs the meeting, and it helps to, maybe we can address that in training, that it's kind of a supportive role. I was in a meeting recently and reminded the whole group about the importance of the chair, and before we were done, the chair was sitting up straighter. It's like, yeah, I'm in charge of this meeting. And so I think it's helpful, but that's first and foremost, because the procedure for maintaining decorum calls on the chair to make that call, to make that decision. And only the city council meeting actually has a sergeant of arms to be able to assist with that. And then we're also dealing with the right to participate in a meeting. And I think to the point that we do have recordings of all of the meetings, even the ones that aren't televised, it's helpful to kind of go back and review. But we wouldn't want to, in a way, trample, but the chair can also say, this is end of discussion, we're moving on to the next item, or, something like that also.
And I will say on my end, I've found it very helpful to have the assist of often the city attorney when this meeting gets out of hand. I will say that.
To that point, the chair, I think, sitting up straight, when the chair knows they're going to have backup, that they're not alone in trying to manage the situation. And that's, again, where I think going back to having the chair and the liaison plan ahead, this is a good example of how that would help.
Absolutely. And then again, they're also in it's interesting because we're giving them very similar guidelines to us, but they are in different positions. They're volunteers. They're not elected into office. They're also, it might be the first time they're put into this hard situation. We're weekly put on the grinder, but maybe they don't have this kind of public comment, or maybe they don't have a member speak out of line consistently. Having the chair be able to say, this needs to stop, and having, if they're not able to, or if they're kind of frozen, having the backup from a staff member is important. Yeah.
And just for clarification on why I'm supportive of putting in that line, the fact that you've seen that happen and I haven't even heard about it, I think that's a lack of communication from staff. We should be knowing about what's going on in the boards of commission. If people are not doing this, if they're not following these rules, we need to be able to hear about this. And if it's consistent, any one of us can pull them up and say, hey, I'd like us on the agenda. We need to talk about this individual. The last thing I wanted to cover real quick, the dress code. I wanted to point out just a quick clarification in the staff report. It said that I suggested a dress code, where actually what I asked for was a suggested dress code. So I think there was a little bit of transposition there with the word. It says, we put in here on page 2, members are encouraged to wear business attire at public meetings and when on official city business. I've heard from a few commission members that it's a little bit restricting telling them what they should wear. What I'd like to do is just tell them what they shouldn't wear. And I think that is an easier baseline. If it's okay, I'd like to change it to members shall not wear inappropriate, offensive, or political attire at public meetings and when on official city business.
Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, I don't like those words.
No.
Because what might be offensive to you might not be offensive
It
to
could be
somebody
a
else.
pin. It could be a scarf. It could be any number of things that another person thinks is political. And it could become problematic.
If we just do inappropriate and offensive, is that also?
So
Is that
I'm
also-
going to chime in now really
Yeah.
quickly, and then I'm going to allow the vice mayor, who's I know been chomping at the bit, to jump in. I have, and I've been very clear about this one since the last time, I don't agree with this. I just think it's not right to ask them to wear business attire, even encourage them to do so. Again, we are members of this body, which is at a different level. We're also paid members of this body. It's not a lot, but it is compensation. We're part-time employees of the city, if you will. Our boards and commissions are not their volunteers. And this, from the last time we discussed this, I gotta say, of all the things we said, of all the regulations we said, it's the only thing I've received feedback from them on, and feedback from members of the public saying, I'm coming from work. My work attire is casual. Does that mean I shouldn't serve? And I wouldn't want to put anything in there that makes them feel that way. If they want to dress to the nines, by all means. I think I used to show up to library board dressed up all the time because I was coming from a job that was a business casual attire job. But there were folks that were coming from working with children at a school, and they were coming in the t-shirt from the school and jeans. There were folks that were coming from working at a specific job and ended up with their work clothing coming to the commission. So I just don't know how I feel about that. If there was a way to tell folks, and if the city attorney would know better than me, if there was something you were comfortable with that says no inappropriate clothing, like obviously we don't want someone showing up in their bathrobe or, some bathing suit, wearing, shirt, shoes, service, But I don't know how I feel about business attire. Councilmember Rosati, and then Vice Mayor, what do you?
If you're at this dais and if you're on camera representing the city and the residents, I think you should be in business attire. When I came onto the planning board, council adopted a coat and tie for us to wear.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
I don't agree necessarily with that. I think that most of the commissions don't meet at this dais. They meet in other rooms. Also that, there have been council members who have not adhered to that code, and that's been fine before. If I show up and I forgot my jacket, are we going to then say, well, maybe having pink hair is not business attire? So I feel like we are, the people who have applied to being on our commissions and boards, we know how they dress, we know who they are, and if it's a concern that they're not going to dress the way they should, respectfully, that's where we make that decision, that I don't want to police their clothes. That said, if there's something obvious that they're wearing that's disrespectful,
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
How would you feel about changing the word business to appropriate?
I was thinking respectful, but I think that if there's something that's obviously dressing to the point where you're like, I don't even want to show respect to this body, that falls under respect under other categories. I was on the IOB, and we had folks who literally had their work clothes on in doing something on the
Yeah, if you're working a trade or in the hospital, you wear OR scrubs.
Yeah.
I mean, I can get it.
And we have, like you said, moms who've come from dropping off their kids. On the Arts Commission, we have folks who dress all kinds of ways with their very creative dressing styles. So
I'm okay with respectful attire.
Yeah, respectful.
I think, if I may, when Councilmember Rosati, you mentioned this, you were talking about boards and commissions who are televised. So they're on camera representing the city, not, our senior citizen board or our, sustainable, they meet away from the camera. It's like the boards and commissions, planning, parks, police, BWP, they don't meet on camera. So only very specific ones that do have to meet on camera, because when you're televised, obviously there's a lot more people that are watching and listening to you. So that's what you were referring to.
Correct.
And I understand. If I may, though, we don't even have that code. Like, we're not asked to have that. So I would not want to put our commissions at a higher expectation than we put ourselves.
That's the point I was going to make. I was going to say that's something that gets me. I don't want to expect more from them than I do from us. And I think for the most part, we dress to that standard. But I think there's something to be said about, we're on this dais as an elected official. They are not elected officials. They are appointed officials. And even if they are here on camera, my concern would more be, are they here on camera in a shirt that has expletives or something like that, right? Or are they here on camera? And that's a different standard, though, than coat and tie. I think coat and tie gets into restrictive and, quite frankly, gets into socioeconomic issues that I don't think it's fair for us to get into with some of them. And for the record, I don't want to single folks out, but there are folks on the commissions that meet on camera that are the ones that have shared the concerns about dress code and their jobs.
Is your preference to just delete it entirely, or do you think there's a language that you would be comfortable with?
I mean, I'm looking at the city attorney because he's the one who both ideas about appropriate clothing. But
my problem is really the subjective words and political, because someone may wear a pin that they think is very appropriate, and someone else may take offense at it. That pin may inadvertently turn upside down, and someone's thinking it's intentional. Like, what's offensive, and then someone may wear something intentionally to support a group, and another person thinks that's inappropriate, And it sets up a whole nother level of disagreement. And the courts allow very, very broad, they're very restrictive in terms of what cities or public spaces can or cannot. And offensive language, expletives, have been overruled. That expletives are emotional and many times have a place in these chambers. Even though they may offend people, it is part of expression. So that's why offensive, political, I'm fine with respectful, appropriate, business. But, you know, I know that this council will still consider the totality of someone's service, before really making a decision to remove someone. But I think that the courts would require you to be very tolerant, and therefore I wouldn't want the policy to be overly restrictive.
Well, then the point feels kind of moot. I would personally just be okay with respectful. The reason I have concerns with the word business is because business, for most people, entails like, blazer, outfit. And again, I get into the socioeconomic piece or the piece of you're coming from work and you're in scrubs. Like, I don't want somebody to feel like they can't serve on this dais because they're in scrubs on an unpaid board and commission. Councilor Ramones.
I was wondering, Mr. City Manager, we have a dress code for city employees.
We have a very extensive dress code, and it does not say encourage. And this one, we're saying encourage.
Okay.
So we're loose on it.
Yeah, so
yeah.
I was wondering the language that we use, because I recall that language was put together for specific reasons because of some of the dress codes that we had in the city. So I was wondering what that language read, if that's something maybe we can.
If I could save you some time, that is not covered under First Amendment protection. That is that's employment law. That's
right. But I'm saying maybe the appropriate language that we use for city employees that might be helpful to use.
So,
because I know we don't require it to dress in a suit and tie.
well, I would say to Ms. City Manager, the courts are much more allowing employers to be far more restrictive than a government body with an at-will volunteer.
Well, it's also narrowly tailored to the job. So for instance, if you're a lineman, you have to wear non-conductive clothing, and it has to be very rugged clothing. Mm-hmm. If you are a prosecutor, you need to show up in court wearing a suit and tie to conduct the people's business in front of a judge. Right. So although it's not everyone has to wear a suit and tie, it has to be professional, but very different. And of course, we have trash truck drivers. I mean, so it's very purpose driven.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's language I could steal that would work well.
I would say, I mean, I've heard from the mayor and the vice mayor, respectful is fine. I'm comfortable changing business to respectful. I think it covers what we're trying to get at. And if people are on camera, I would. You showed up for 12 years in a suit and tie without a dress code. I think there's
We did have a dress code. We did have a dress code. Back in the day.
Back in the day.
Dr. David Gordon said coat and tie.
Right, but I'm saying after 12 years, and I'm not saying you personally, but an individual who is on a commission that is televised, they're going to understand that there's more eyes on them. I would go so far as to say by putting in respectful attire, they're aware that there are people looking at them. Nobody's going to show up on camera in an inappropriate or lackadaisical attire. People are going to comment. And people did. Yeah. So I would say changing to respectful. I think that covers our bases. It's not too restrictive on the non-televised boards and commissions. But at the same time, there's no reason why when we appoint somebody, we can reach out to them and say, hey, I know you're serving on this board and commission. I did notice Because there are appointees.
Or
We can reach
maybe
out to them and say, hey, maybe.
Staff can help guide them when they ask what's respectful mean, that they say, hopefully it's business attire. I don't want to leave it to staff, but hopefully they're watching this meeting and they can understand what we want from them.
I think even what we want is varied. I think respectful is enough, because I think even what we want. Councilman Rosati wants folks in the suit and tie up here. I respectfully disagree. I don't mind if you're in scrubs up here because you're an unpaid volunteer. You may want business casual. You don't want
okay with
political pins.
scrubs.
I don't know, I think we even have a very subjective point of view. But I think if there's, it'll come up, and it has come up if somebody is wearing something that is like wholly found inappropriate by societal standards, So I do want us to like start wrapping up this
Yeah.
convo here.
I'm okay changing it to respectful. If that, we got 3 votes with that already, and we'll work on it and we'll talk to our commission members.
Well, and if somebody noticed that someone is not dressed appropriately, maybe council members can approach the individual.
They are our appointees.
I've had board members call me before and said, so-and-so, our council showed up to meetings very disrespectful, wearing shorts and, flip-flops or whatever, and,
And again, very subjective. I've been told that the
yeah.
fact that I'm wearing makeup is disrespectful. I don't know if you all would agree or not, but I have been told that by a member of the public before.
Then I'm
So-
guilty.
Yeah, thank you. So I think, it is subjective, but I think there are societal standards at the end, like, hey, maybe don't show up here without a shirt and flip-flops. I think you should deserve a conversation at that point.
But that's what you get. That's what you get. We all go to parties. We get an invitation and say, business attire. Is that offensive? I don't think that's offensive. That's a hint. It's
I
like,
don't know that I've
it's
gotten
a
an
hint.
invitation to a party that says business attire, but.
Business attire could mean
I understand.
just a shirt. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to interpret
I
business
understand.
attire. I mean, I feel like we're just like making up language when we all live in this life where you get an invitation that says business attire. Does that mean coat and tie? No. Does that mean tie? No. It could mean a lot of different things. I mean,
I think at the end of the day, what's happening is because of the board you served on, I think you're having to I think you're putting a little bit more constraint on a general topic that is, if you look at some of the other boards and commissions.
I'm not talking about the other boards. I said specifically when I brought this up, if you're sitting at this dais and you're on camera, I'm not talking about all the other boards and commissions. If you're sitting at this dais, show respect, and if you're on camera, that's specifically what I said.
Respectful. Can we agree? Because we're going to get
Let's
into
just
this
do it
back and
respectful,
forth.
and let's chat offline because I think there's a way to get what you're getting at.
Okay.
You're not going to chat offline
I don't want to chat
as a
out.
council.
Yeah.
Because that would violate the Brown Act.
It doesn't mean that much to me.
I invite you to read the regulations
Yes.
for the boards and commissions and the city council. Okay, on that note, do you all need a vote from us, or is that sufficient direction?
I would like some more clarification if we're going to wordsmith this, because some of what we discussed tonight would not end up in this document per se. You may want to think about producing a PowerPoint and a short staff training that each BCC can administer to their members to some of the points you made tonight about being respectful, about time limits, all of those things. Also, there's another portal for this information. It goes into the BCC handbook, which we're currently revising based on your advice and guidance. But I just wanted to make sure on the ones that we redlined here, if council is, if we're capturing what you want for a second.
Just real quick.
Hold on, city attorney
there's
was going to.
two things.
Hey, hold on.
Okay, all right.
Let the city attorney go in.
I heard the council agree that they would apply the length of, they would apply a 2-hour initial time limit up to 2 hours, where they then would check with staff, like the council checks with staff, and that the
But
speaking,
the expectation is to try to get it done in 2 hours.
and that in terms of speaking times, that they would apply the same rules that council recently adopted for themselves for the boards and commissions.
Can I also add that, and I wasn't sure if there was consensus, but as far as putting the new revised expectations on the first agenda of every boards and commissions agenda, starting in August or whenever they meet initially. We would do that.
I see consensus.
We'd be looking at chair, vice chair training along with staff training. We're empowering staff. I'm going to have all the staff liaisons watch this agenda item. Yeah. And then and then we'll make the different changes to the, so there's a variety of changes, whether it's respectable attire. We're going to change the speak only for yourself to be similar to the council code of conduct. And instead of say best practice to direct media inquiries, we're just going to do direct any media inquiries to the committee staff liaison. And then I think there was one additional, something about not ending. You have the language about once items done.
Voted by council, that they would not be brought back. Once the council has taken a position and voted on an item, it should be considered a non-issue for further discussion unless the item is being brought back to council for review for future agenda item. This will help streamline the forecast agenda and also limit the discussion about other items, ensuring the meetings remain focused and productive.
Don't get rid of that. Okay, so I think I got everything. Yeah, and then the liaison, having the liaison chair meeting. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Takahashi.
I'm not comfortable with that particular paragraph that you just handed to the city manager. I feel like, again, that it's very specifically directive, and I'm more comfortable with changing the second item, the bullet item, from topics that align with the board to topics that are within the scope and have a clear purpose, and that will cover what you have in the paragraph without being so directive.
I don't think I'm being directive with this statement. As I told you, and Councilmember Rosati was in the same meeting, where council's action that we took unanimously was questioned, and it was discussed, and also with recommendation to why did council vote this way, and it should be noted that the commission were not happy with the decision, and that is going against what council has already voted on. And my point is, once it's voted on, and once council's already taken an action, it should be a non-issue to have that same 2-hour dialogue over something we've already voted on.
Madam Mayor, if I may. And I'm not arguing that with you. Actually, I think that's actually a very good point. My point is that this covers that, because what you're talking about is not within the scope of their purpose, and it doesn't have a clear purpose. And so if that had been in the guidelines, then that item would not have been brought back because there was no reason for them to talk about it.
However, it is in the scope of their purpose because it dealt with transportation and it dealt with parking issues, which is under their scope of work. So they felt that this is part of their responsibilities to discuss it and provide that feedback.
So could I offer an alternative here? Because I think what we're talking about here is if a commissioner wants to bring something that the council has voted on, we have clear guidelines that they can't change it, but they should be allowed to have it as a presentation as a simple note and file.
But they're not doing that.
Right, and so I think I like your language in there. I think that covers it as well. But part of your thing is missing just if they want to bring a presentation back for note and file, it needs to be clear that it is a note and file.
I have that in the notes.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question for the city attorney, because without getting at the exact item that we're getting at. Hypothetically, if council votes on something and we vote in a way that the commission, maybe the entire commission doesn't like, is it their prerogative to open up an item and say, we want to agendize sending a letter to the city council saying we disagree with their vote? Or is that outside of their scope? Because I don't know that I have clarity on that.
So if their meetings are only going to be 2 hours, and if their agendas are going to be prioritized with matters that are already prioritized, that are in alignment with council's work program and annual goal setting, it's unlikely that these items, which have already been dealt with, are going to have enough time. So part of the discussion we had at a recent commission meeting was that, and this is a common theme that I've heard from many commissions, they're frustrated that their repeat items or other items aren't getting prioritized to come onto the agenda. That's where they actually run the risk of violating the Brown Act. Things that staff haven't put on there because they're not in alignment with the work program aren't getting on there. So then the risk is, so it's possible something could be agendized, but more than likely they're just making public comment that they're not happy with the decision. And I haven't actually seen an item that council finally decided randomly end up on an agenda for full discussion. And so I don't know if the council members have. It's clear that some commissioners are not happy with the decision and they may want to talk about it or ask for it to come back. I'm not sure how often that actually happens, but clearly they do talk about it. And then they're also dissatisfied at times. It's also come up at bodies where there's a tangential issue, like a body that meets for a different purpose is making an approval that kind of tangentially relates to a council decision, say on San Fernando or parking management. They don't want to approve this thing because they didn't like council's policy, but what they're doing has nothing to do with council's policy, and they're looking at potentially a collateral way to undermine that decision. I don't want to give you the exact example because I don't, some of you may know, but and in that case, the body's staffed by an attorney who said, that's not your decision, that's not your role. Council made a decision on a program, they funded measures, and now you're just making a narrow decision on whether this particular thing, you don't get to undermine council's decision. And so in that particular instance, there was an attorney in the room that kept them on the mark. But it does come up in different ways. Yeah.
Personally, I think this goes back to Councilor Rosati's point of empowering staff at the end of the day. They have to be able to say, what is the purpose of this? This is not in your lane. This is outside of the scope of work. This has already been voted on by council, and that would be, because this is one narrow situation where this could happen. It could go on and on with different situations where they just want to bring up something because they don't like something we did, and they're bringing it full circle around. So
I think with the direction we have on the red line changes upon which you do agree, with training for new chairpersons and vice chairs, and complementary training for staff liaisons, and I may actually ask you to give us direction. Can we simply add that boards and commissions shall follow council's most recent adopted procedures for meetings where appropriate? Because there's appeals procedures in here that don't apply to more than half your, and then that will help us, because this has all the presiding officer language in it. It has going through the chair. Consent wouldn't apply to any of them. Length of meetings, we'd do the 2-hour recommended time. But the other presiding officer, the unruly meetings provision, the duration of speaking, these would all be helpful. Then we could do that training, and I think when we have staff support the presiding officer more, including this Chair should work to ensure agenda items align with council's goals. I think now we've got a better process.
I think it was within scope. There was a slight change to that.
Yeah, whatever the change language is, yeah.
And if we, I know the two different trainings that we're talking about is staff training and chair and vice chair. I would love to see the chair and vice chair training to see if we could do this as groups, like you can invite multiple members when you do the trainings, even over Zoom or whatever.
So that's possible. What we found when we do invite everybody trainings is we get 40 to 55%, and the others never follow up. So we'll need to, we want to make sure that we are just very strategic in making sure we reach people.
Okay, so do we need a motion? Do we need anything else? So now do you have sufficient direction from us?
Still wants it.
Okay.
So my recommendation would be that we take the direction that we have and
Great.
we bring back on consent.
Yes, please.
Newly minted expectations, and then if they're not satisfactory to council, you can pull them from consent and give us further direction. And that would at least make it really clear. You'd all be able to review them before you.
And at that point, I'm timing that discussion to 15 minutes, y'all.
Do we need to move that?
We have direction.
They have their direction. Okay, so thank you for that. That is the end of that item. And now we are behind schedule. So we're moving on to the final report to council today. First step report regarding existing voluntary drug and alcohol testing policy for city council members. I welcome Mr. Alvaro Valdez, Assistant Management Services Director, to please present your first report.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Perez, Vice Mayor Takahashi, esteemed members of the council. My name is Alvaro Valdez, Assistant Management Services Director overseeing risk management and safety. I'm here to provide you a brief synopsis of the report concerning the city's voluntary drug and alcohol testing policy for council members. At the March 11, 2025 council meeting, Councilmember Rosati requested a report on the current voluntary testing policy, including its cost and its effectiveness. This policy, adopted in 2006, mandates that 2 council members are randomly selected every 3 months to participate in voluntary drug and alcohol testing. This test includes a 10-panel drug test and alcohol breathalyzer, and results are only disclosed if the participating members choose to make them public. While this policy was designed to promote transparency, it operates entirely on a voluntary basis. The selection process, participation in testing, and disclosure of results are all completely optional. As a result, the program's overall effectiveness is limited. The cost associated with the program is approximately $1,096 annually and is disproportionate to the low participation and lack of tangible outcomes. Given that the program does not yield significant public accountability and results in the inefficient use of administrative resources, staff recommends discontinuing the voluntary drug and alcohol testing policy. This recommendation is rooted in the understanding that true accountability and public trust stem from the performance and ethical conduct of council members, not from personal, private matters that are unrelated to the duties in their office. Moreover, nearby cities, including the City of Glendale, City of Pasadena, and City of Santa Monica, to name a few, do not have an alcohol and drug testing policy for their council members. In conclusion, staff recommends that the council direct staff to terminate the voluntary testing program. Alternatively, the council may choose to request a further analysis or continue the program as it currently stands. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that report. We appreciate it. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment on the phone or in person? Or wait, in person?
We do not.
Okay, great. Seeing none from our one speaker, from our one attendee. We will move on to council questions. Any questions? No. I have one question.
Sure.
So in attachment 2, and I'm getting some of this, it says council cannot require suspicionless mandatory drug testing. Is that to assume that we can require reasonable suspicion drug testing? Or what is the policy for elected officials and drug testing?
So we have drug testing during the pre-employment process. However, there is not a requirement to have members of the council test for alcohol or drugs that are required.
You have your own policy.
But in general, how do I rephrase this? In general, is it legal for us to require that elected officials go through mandatory drug testing?
I haven't looked at that issue because for the last 19 years, you've had a voluntary program. So, so let's go further. There's actually no consequence. So even if you had a mandatory drug testing, the fact that someone may show up to chambers under the influence and be sent for testing, there's no consequence because an elected official can only be removed by the voters or by violation of a law where you forfeit your office, and that's not one of them.
Okay, thank you.
So there wouldn't really be a point. Where we do have mandatory drug testing is where it is specifically job-related, and most common is where we follow DOT drug testing procedures, and it's strictly job-related in that case.
Thank you. I just wanted to get at that because I thought it was interesting that the staff report mentioned essentially like there's no consequence. And thank you for the report. I appreciate it. Anybody have any other questions? No? Okay, and thank you. We will now deliberate on what to do. What is the council's pleasure? Oh, yeah. Let's start with Councilor Rosati. It's your item.
Terminated. Second.
A motion and a second.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosati?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Perez.
Yes, and then for the benefit of any public watching, because I did get some questions about this one. It costs us, I believe, a little over $1,000 to do this voluntary testing, which many of us don't participate in simply because we're notified the day of, and many of us are at work, quite frankly, and can't make it to the testing. And those of us who do also don't necessarily have a responsibility to report it because it's protected confidential information. And so there really wasn't a seeming purpose to this for the council. So I think Councilman Rosati did it out of an abundance of looking for efficiencies
Well,
here.
I was notified 45 minutes before council meeting. So, there you go.
So I'm always notified in the morning, and I'm the lucky one that gets called in randomly by HR director on a Tuesday morning at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, which I have to report, and I have done so for every one of them. But I'm like, why? I just did it 3 months ago. So it's really,
I've only had the lucky draw a couple of times, and both times I was in my office in Van Nuys. So there was no way I could do it.
I voted it down from a disability rights issue. If somebody is elected to council who needs medication that is some sort of performance disruptor, but they can function on it, who is us to say that this person can't serve and participate fully? So,
Well, to your point, who are we to say? The law says we're no one to say. So anyways, just for the benefit of the public, this was not something, us removing anything that had any consequence or stringent power. So I think.
Did we vote?
Yeah, we all voted. I just want to give an explanation. So 5-0, thank you so much. That was that item. Congratulations on your first report. Thank you. All righty. Now we will hear from council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments, attendance at conference, regional meetings, and community events. And because we are so far behind our city clerk's lovely, lovely schedule, I ask that we just be brief on these. Please, no stories, no anecdotes, just the report. And I promise I'll do the same.
I can go first.
Councilor Mullins.
Straightforward meetings. March 26th, Senior Citizen Board meeting, the same evening followed by Transportation Commission meeting. April 1st, I did take a beautiful tour at the Burbank Airport. It was great. I loved it. And then April 3rd, I had SCAG meeting in the morning, and then Arroyo Verdugo meeting in the afternoon, followed by the Chamber Business Mixer. So it was a full day. Today, I met with some folks from 777 Front Street regarding some concerns they have, and that is it for my week.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins. I appreciate that. Councilor Anthony.
On Friday, April 4th, I joined the mayor at the Burbank Library's Job Connect Plus program winter cohort recognition ceremony. That was really great. And then on Sunday, April 6th, I attended Leadership Burbank's Play Without Limits pickleball tournament fundraiser. They are raising money to get wheelchairs for pickleball, wheelchair pickleball.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Anthony. Councilor Rosati.
Quickly, I went to the Burbank Historical Society Bowl-O-Rama. The LA Times Magazine editor was there. It was quite interesting, a lot of history around Southern California. And then that same day on the 29th of March, I went to Barbara Blakely's Celebration of Life at the Colony. And then lastly, I attended the Transportation Committee, which brought up some lively conversation tonight.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Man, I wish I had infinite time so I could do all these cool things. There's so many cool things going on in our city. All right, March 27th in the morning, I went to the Valley Economic Alliance Board of Directors meeting. Later in that morning, I went to, both that day and Friday, I went to the California League of Cities Community Services Committee meetings and the other committee meetings, along with the mayor in the morning. And then on the 2nd, I had an awesome tour of Providence High School. I've lived here for 25 years. I know no stories, but I've lived here for 25 years and have never been there. So that was kind of cool. And then on the 3rd, I went to the SCAG Energy and Environment Committee meeting. On the 5th, I attended the Kids First Essentials Resource Fair at IKEA, where IKEA was partnering with several nonprofits to continue to distribute materials for the families who have been affected by the fires. On the 7th, that was yesterday, I went to the San Fernando Valley Council of Governments Transportation Committee meeting, and then this morning I had a meeting with Senator Caroline Menjivar.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Takahashi. Okay, on Thursday, March 27th, I attended the Valley Economic Alliance Board of Directors meeting. I gave the welcome to the Cal Cities Policy Committee meeting that was here at the Marriott. And then on Friday, March 28th, I took a tour of the Foundry in Burbank, which is building an art sculpture that will be displayed at West Hollywood City. So it's a partnership between us. I gave a welcome again to the Cal Cities Policy Committee meeting. Thank you to them for having their meeting here in Burbank. On Saturday, March 29th, I was a panelist for the Union Women Stronger Together Conference on a panel on how to serve in office for folks who are interested. On Wednesday, April 2nd, we had, along with the Vice Mayor, our Zoom meeting for the BUSD City Council Joint Meeting Subcommittee. Yes. There we go, setting those topics for the larger meeting. I also attended the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Regional Housing Trust Board meeting and the Youth Board that night as well. And then on Thursday, April 3rd, I attended as our representative for District 42, the SCAG Transportation Committee and the SCAG Regional Council meeting. On Friday, April 4th, I attended the Burbank Library Jobs Connect program and gave a speech to the new graduates. And they were very inspiring. I'm very proud of them and all the work they're doing. And later that day, I met with the Consulate General of the Republic of Armenia, who we are glad to have partnered with the city of Burbank. And then on Saturday, April 5th, I attended the mayor's convening on major events held by Mayor Karen Bass of the city of Los Angeles to talk about the Olympics 2028. I know staff has more to come on that. On Sunday, April 6th, I spoke at the California United Rally, sharing Burbank's position on supporting the film tax credit, and just shared a couple of the great things that we are doing and have in the works to support the film industry. It was good to have the media capital of the world represented to a lot of our industry folks. And that was my week. All right, now is the time for additional agenda items. Do members of the council have anything to introduce? Councilor Anthony.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, a few months back, actually, I believe I requested an agenda item to deal with catalytic converter thefts and enforcement. Due to the recent takedown of the largest catalytic converter theft ring, we've seen a huge drop in that, so I'd like to pull that from the agenda. I may bring it back at a later date, but for now.
Got it. Thank you.
Never seen someone take something off their plate. That's so nice of you. Councilmember Mullins.
So I think that makes 199 items instead of 200. That's good. Okay, I do have an item which is and you might be doing this already, which is an opposition to send an opposition letter for SB 79, which is basically it's Senator Scott Wiener's bill, the upzone. Do you want me to read exactly, or you are familiar with that bill?
We're familiar. We just got
Okay.
the league just sent something out to oppose it, so we
Okay,
can follow
great.
up.
So just to make sure that we're sending an opposition letter. Thank you.
I'm going to go Councilor Rosati, and then I'll go to the Vice Mayor.
I think a member of the public asked a pretty good question regarding these tariffs and our portfolio and pensions. Could we hear from Ms. Palmer about how this may affect us?
Would you like a memo or you want a presentation?
Memo.
Got it.
Vice Mayor Takahashi.
Yes, previously I had agendized a childcare task force. If we could get like just an update on how that's going.
It's on the list. We're working on getting it on the forecast. We were talking about it, so it will be on the forecast soon, and we'll get you we'll get email update for you, or a memo, a short
Perfect.
memo, just to let you know that it's in the works.
Perfect, thank you.
Alrighty, can I get a first step report on options for hillside fences?
Got it. We are going to provide, one of the items that we do have is a memo per Councilmember Anthony related to all the changes that we did post-2022 for the hillside. So we'll be doing that memo first, and then we
Yeah,
can,
definitely
provide
want
you.
that to come first. Thank you. Anything else? No. All right. So we now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 for a regular city council meeting in the council chamber, 275 East Olive Avenue, second floor. Thank you, Burbank, and have a great night.